All right, my friends, it's a beautiful winter's day in Sydney. My name's Sean Collins. I'm an analyst based out of Sydney. I really hope you enjoy this mega course I've put together. Couple of things, don't feel like you have to do the whole thing in one sitting. I'd say spend maybe half an hour a day over 1 or 2 weeks doing it. The other thing is there is an accompanying PDF, so please go to the link in the description and download that. Also, you don't have to do it in order. Have a look at the timestamps in the description and just choose what you need to learn and go ahead and do that. Okay, my friends, good luck with the course.
Welcome to the Fundamentals and Intermediate course for Power BI. I hope you enjoy it. Let's go. Let's get stuck straight into it. So first module, we're going to cover the fundamentals of business intelligence. Just remember, you will be able to download this presentation as a PDF. So yeah, you can print it out and keep it and take notes. So here we go. So why is data analytics important? It's all about improved decision making. So making informed insights based on the data. And these are the things you can look forward to. Increases in productivity, cost reductions, risk management, consumer experience, and a competitive advantage. So what are the limitations of conventional data analysis? So this is the whole reason why we're doing this course. There are limitations to the traditional ways of doing things. So what they lead to are inaccurate or incomplete analysis. So the first one is data silos. So this is where data is stored in different systems and cannot be easily accessed or shared. The sheer volume of data that's coming in these days, we collect a lot more data than we used to. So as that grows, it's more and more difficult to store, manage, and analyze that data. The complexity of the data. So in terms of the structure, the format, and content, there's all different types of data now. It's not just text, it's image, it's sound, voice, lots of different things. And the frequency of the updates. Traditional analytics didn't really have the capacity for real-time or near real-time insights. Not like now where these new analytics and BI tools, it's all about real-time. So what is business intelligence or BI? I may just use the term BI for the rest of this course. Okay, so basically BI is a process for the collection of data from internal and external sources. 2, it's analyzing this data using a variety of methods, including statistical analysis. And then finally, it's about presenting the data as reports, dashboards, or visualizations. In the end, it's all about helping businesses, organizations transform that raw data into meaningful insights. So what does BI enable? It enables an holistic view of organizational data. Remember how we said it's bringing disparate data sources together? Well, through doing that, that allows us to build reports, visualizations that we can look from the top down on organizational data. So there it is. It's intuitive for visualizations, dashboards, and reports. You can look at historical and real-time data analysis. And it's all about performance monitoring, goal tracking, KPIs, and incremental improvements. And this is the key. If you only remember one thing from this module, it's all about fostering a culture of data-driven decision-making. Okay, so what are the key steps and concepts in BI? Step 1 is defining your goals. So what are you actually trying to do with this project? So define your goals. Is it somehow improving efficiency in some type of your business? Is it about growth? Is it about discovering new trends or patterns in your data? So define what you want to do first. And that will allow you to be very specific in how you organize your data sets. Second is you need to collect your data. So wherever your data is stored, usually in databases, spreadsheets, or in external systems, it could be from the internet, it could be from websites. You need to determine what it is and then go through the process of bringing it all into your BI tool. So this is the data integration part where you put it into a centralized repository. We'll be calling it a data set. And from there, that's where you do your analytics. So remember we said data analysis as our first slide. Well, this is just one part of the whole BI process. You do your analysis here. And finally, the final step is building your reporting and visualizations. And this is all about presenting your insights to the key stakeholders, to whoever is sponsoring the project. And then those people, the decision makers, they need to take your insights and make informed decisions based on the data, based on your analysis. So that's what business intelligence is. Now let's look at some of the tools that you can use to do that. So obviously Power BI is actually the #1 BI tool now. So that's what we're learning today. You've got Tableau, is also very, very big. It was the market leader for a long time. And then you've got many others, including IBM Cognos and Oracle Business Intelligence. But apart from that, when you look online, there are actually hundreds and hundreds of different BI tools. So yeah, I mean, it can get confusing. We're just sticking to the #1, which is Power BI. One other thing is I recently wrote an article on the growth of Power BI. I'll include it in the links. Here it is here. I'll link to it. Power BI is obliterating Tableau. All right. The headline says it all. I'm not going to go through this article now. You can read through it later, but there are the reasons why. Basically, Tableau was bought by Salesforce and Salesforce are gutting staff. And since then, Microsoft Power BI has just taken off. Another thing as well is Salesforce also owns Slack, and you can see the growth of Slack versus Microsoft Teams. Basically, Microsoft Teams are helping to onboard millions and millions of people into the Microsoft ecosystem, and all of that is being filtered down into their BI tools. So Power BI is getting a lot more customers for this reason. All right, so understanding self-service business intelligence. So this is one of the reasons for the explosive growth in Power BI, the self-serve aspect of it. So what does that mean? It's an approach for non-technical users to access and explore data sets on their own. So what are the benefits of that? Think about it. In the old days, if you wanted a report, if you wanted to pull data, if you wanted to do something ad hoc, you would have to literally send an email or call the IT department, or if you had them, data engineers. So those days are gone. Now, these days, you do it yourself, basically. That's self-serve BI. And it's all about performing ad hoc queries and then taking those queries and then you creating yourself visualizations and intuitive interfaces. So all of that, of course, leads to faster and more agile responses to data analysis. So that's where we are. So that obviously leads to improved decision-making, increased productivity, and boosted profits. So it's all about you taking control of the analysis that you want to do. Using tools like Power BI will allow you to, after this training, easily access company data, organizational data, putting it into a data set, and then running your own analysis. And then, if you want to, you share that analysis with your organization. All right, so that's a brief introduction to this module. Now, let's go to the next one, and don't worry, we're going to have some fun soon, and we're going to get our hands dirty with some Power BI. All right, guys, let's get stuck into module 2, which is fundamentals in Power BI. So let's get through this, and then we can really get stuck into Power BI in the next module. We'll get hands-on. All right, so that's what we're going to cover there. I won't read through it all. Let's go. So let's talk about the different types of Power BI. So you've got the desktop, the service, the mobile, and the server. So let's look at desktop first. So this is the application that you download to your desktop. This is the area where you should be creating your reports. So you work in this area. It's downloaded to your computer, which means it's faster. The main reason why you would do your reports here is because basically there's more functionality is the reason. There's more data connectors, meaning there's more ways that you can connect to external data, and there's basically more advanced data modeling options. So you download the desktop and you do your reports and modeling there. So after you do your reporting, then you upload it to the Power BI service. So this is the cloud-based platform for sharing and collaborating. So this is where you'll create your dashboards, and it's also the centralized area in the cloud where you manage your security, you're managing all the reports that you've uploaded, you're managing all your dashboards. So next we've got Power BI Mobile. So this is basically the mobile app that you can download to your mobile or tablet. And after you download it, then you can load the reports and dashboards that you've created in the Power BI service. Obviously it's optimized for mobile, so it's responsive and it's going to look good in mobile. So the final term that you might hear is Power BI Report Server. This is basically an on-premises solution for deploying and managing Power BI. The reason why a company would want to do that is it allows for secure access from within the organization's network. Obviously, as an end user, you're not going to be dealing with this. It's just good to know the term because someone might say it to you and just you'll know what it means. So let's talk about the license types for Power BI. You've got free, pro, and premium. The free option is you can download the desktop and you can use the service, but there's no sharing, meaning you can create reports and dashboards for yourself, but you can't share it with anybody. So what that means is it's good for learning Power BI, or if it's just for your own personal consumption, the reports, then it's fine. But it's perfect for learning, So you've got the free option. You've got the pro version. I actually use the pro version myself. It's perfect for sharing within an organization. It's got some AI built in. After that, you've got premium. That basically means it's more capacity. There's more options, more AI options, more data flow options. And it's mainly for large businesses. And that is billed by either per user or per capacity. Per capacity means you're being billed by how much compute time or how many processes you want to hire from Microsoft. Let's quickly look at the Microsoft webpage so we can have a look at that. So here is the Microsoft webpage for pricing and the license types. So you can see Pro here. That's in Australian dollars. This is all based off US dollars. Last time I checked, it was $9.99 US dollars for the Pro. You can see here it's $13.70 Australian. So that's per user per month. And then you've got the Premium, which is $27.50 Australian dollars, and that's per user per month. And then you've got the per capacity. So again, that's where a company would just pay for the compute resources to run Power BI in the cloud, and that's what it would cost. And that gives that organization all sorts of options in terms of allocating users to different levels, like to a pro level or a premium level. And if you think about it, if you've got thousands of workers, then this is actually going to be cheaper for a company to use. So a lot of companies actually use this option. Again, you don't have to deal with that. I'm just explaining this to you just so you know and have a background if someone asks you about this. They're the three options. This obviously is going to be implemented by the IT team or data engineers who would make this decision. But as an end user, it's just nice to know that. So that's the pricing and the license types. All right, so why use Power BI and not Microsoft Excel? I've put this in the slides because it's actually a really common question and I just want to spend a few minutes on it. So Power BI is a specialized BI platform and Excel is a spreadsheet application. Now, I know you already know that, but the issue is that Excel can actually do a lot of the things that Power BI can do. It's really just a question of how fast and the capacity, because if you put too much on Excel, it will fall over, it will stop working. Power BI is optimized for massive amounts of data and for speed. And have a look at this table I've got here. So let's just do a quick comparison. So the first thing we've got is the learning curve. So it will take a little bit longer to learn Power BI. So you've got data import. So that means there are many ways to ingest, to import data into Power BI, actually many more ways than in Excel. And again, the whole process is optimized for speed and for capacity. So data modeling, Power BI has a very good drag and drop visual interface for data modeling. It makes it very easy. Excel has it as well, but it's just not as intuitive. Power BI is optimized for cloud-based sharing. So there are many options to share your Power BI reports and dashboards, again, through things like mobile apps, and makes it much easier than in Excel. So visualization options, the drag and drop and the visual interface for creating reports and dashboards is very intuitive, very easy in Power BI, I think much easier than in Excel. Chart interactivity, more options to make your reports and dashboards interactive with different types of sliders and filters. So one difference is that Power BI is more expensive than Excel, as we've seen. Excel basically comes included in Office 365, whereas Power BI you have to pay extra for. And data security, Power BI has very good security. It has row level security. So you can block out parts of data for certain types of users, and it's much more difficult to do that in Excel. So that's the comparison. So let's talk about the terminology for Power BI. So first one I've got here is Power Query. So the Power Query is an application for transforming and preparing data. Now it's exactly the same Power Query that's in Excel. So if you use it in Excel, it's going to be easy for you to use it in Power BI. It's exactly the same. For those who don't use it, it's used to ingest data using a graphical interface, and then you apply transformations using the query editor. So we are going to cover this in depth in the course. Now, one terminology that I just want you to know that you probably won't use, but it's just good to know because people might ask you, and you'll see it written around. So it's the language M. All it is, it's the language of Power Query. All right. So when you create a query in Power Query, the query is translated into a language called M. And that's the language that is actually used by the computer to pull the data, to query the data. It's all created automatically. You don't have to write it. If you do ever want to read it, you can see here, you click on the advanced editor in Power Query, and then you can actually view the original language. And you can actually go in and change it if you want to. It's actually really easy to read. It's like pseudocode. It's almost like natural language. We will have a quick look at it in the course, but again, you probably never really have to use it. So the other language is DAX. Now, DAX stands for Data Analysis Expressions, and it's the specific language for Power BI, all right? The programming language for Power BI, and it's used for creating calculated columns, measures, and custom tables. We will be looking at DAX. You won't have to use it in many occasions, but it is good to learn if you want to do really advanced stuff. So the other thing I wanted to cover is the difference between the term reports and dashboards. A lot of people have different ideas about what these mean, but let me just explain to you what they mean in Power BI. So a report, these are the main differences, and we will be covering this many times throughout the course. So a report can have multiple pages. A dashboard has one page. A report has one data set. A dashboard can have multiple data sets. You can't set alerts on reports, but you can set them on dashboards, and some other smaller things, but still you may run into them. The Q&A, AI Q&A can be included in reports, but it's included and it's built in. It's built into dashboards. Also with reports, you can do visualization filters on other visualizations on a page, and dashboards, the tiles are completely independent because the tiles actually can come from different reports. This we will cover in depth. It's really important to know these differences because there are a lot of confusion on what it actually means, the difference between a report and a dashboard. All right, so that's it for this module. So next module, exciting, we actually get to touch Power BI, and yeah, the journey will begin. All right, guys, welcome back. So let's get all this installed. So the first thing to do is to download Power BI Desktop. So let's have a look at that. So first thing I'm going to do is I want to show you the Microsoft documentation and then we'll actually go and set it up. So let's get out of this and have a look at... So obviously I'm going to include all of these links in the presentation so you can click on them and have a read through them in your own time. So here it is here, get Power BI Desktop. There's a couple of things I just want to tell you before we actually install it. So there's two ways to install it. There's one is you go through the Microsoft App Store on your computer. That's the way Microsoft recommended, and that's the way we're going to do it. The other way is there is also a link on their website where you can just download it, the exe, and then install it that way. The reason why we're going to do it through the store, the Windows Store, is here. Here are the reasons. So when you do it that way, you get automatic updates. See here, automatic updates, meaning Microsoft will push the updates automatically to Power BI Desktop. The other advantage is they only push updates for the parts that are actually updated, so you don't have to reinstall the whole thing. So in other words, smaller downloads. This is very important. You don't need admin privilege to upgrade it. So it just gets done automatically, and yeah, you don't need admin privilege. It's really important. You don't want to be going to admin every time you want to upgrade your Power BI. Now, the other thing I want to show you is the specifications, the minimum specifications for your computer. So just remember, it's not compatible with Apple Macs. So yeah, you can't use it with an Apple Mac. It's just for Windows. So there it is, Windows 8.1 or Server 2012. Just have, this is usually all updated automatically, your .NET. Yeah, I mean, any computer from the last 3 or 4, 5 years is going to be fine. So that's that. Okay, let's go back to the presentation. Okay, so downloading Power BI Desktop, very simple. You just go to this website here. So just go to the accompanying PDF or type it in, or you could just go to Google and type download Power BI Desktop and you'll come up with a link. You'll get this message. So you click on Open Microsoft Store right there. Then this will open up, and just make sure you've got the right app. So 4.7 rating, 309 ratings, and make sure it says Microsoft Corporation there. So you click on Get the App. Then it'll ask you to enter your password. So this is the password to your Outlook email address that you used when you set up Windows on your computer. So it's literally the email address that you used when you first signed up for Windows on your computer. And that's the password you have to enter in, all right? So it's not the PIN code that you enter into your computer when you log in, all right? Remember that. So then they will send you a PIN code to the phone that you used when you registered your Windows. It may ask you first to check the phone number is correct, and then to verify the phone number, they will send you a PIN code. So that's where you enter in your PIN code. So make sure you have your mobile with you. Then you'll see in the top right here, see it says it's downloading. So it's 674 meg, and yeah, it'll download. It'll take a few minutes. Then when it's finished downloading, you'll see open. You click on open. Yeah, then it'll open up. So here we have Power BI Desktop on your computer. It'll open up. So you'll get this welcome screen. You don't have to go through all these links now, but I do suggest at a later time you do go through them. So you've got what's new, read through that. There's a good Power BI blog there with interesting articles. There's forums, and there's also some tutorials for you to look at. So at the moment, just close it. You click on the X. So here we have Power BI Desktop. Now, see here it says sign in. So we're not signed in. So you can still use Power BI Desktop as normal without signing in, all right? Obviously, just for your personal use, you can't share anything. So you can go in here, you can get data, you can do whatever you want with Power BI Desktop without signing in, all right? Microsoft will annoy you with continual messages saying, please create an account, but you can actually use it with never creating an account. But we are going to create an account, obviously. So that's it. We've downloaded the desktop. So the next thing we have to do is create an account for the Power BI service. So remember, that's the online cloud version of Power BI. So there's two ways to do it. The first way is to use an existing work or school email address. You can't use Outlook or Gmail or Hotmail. You need a work or school email address. All right. Now let's just quickly look at the Microsoft documentation. So here it is here, supported email addresses. I'm going to include this link, of course. So yeah, no Outlook, Hotmail, Gmail, or any other type of account. It has to be a work or a school domain. They also have some provisions for government domains as well, but you have to go through a special process to do that. Now, the other way to do it is to do a free trial with an Office 365 business account. So the reason why you do that is you will get an email address, which is an onmicrosoft.com email address, and then you can actually use that to sign up for the free service. It's obviously a way that Microsoft are using to push people into getting the Office 365 accounts, but you can do it as a trial and cancel the trial. Okay, so let's step through the process of setting up your account with a work or school email address. It's very, very simple. You just go to this website here, powerbi.microsoft.com, and you click on Start Free. Just click there. Then you'll get this page and you enter in your work or school email address, and then Microsoft will check to see if you've used it before or if your organization or school actually already has an account with Microsoft. And then they'll see what licenses they have. This is all done in the background, and then they'll give you a message. And then, yeah, you just step through the process of entering your details, and then at the end of it, you'll be able to use the service. You'll have an account. So that's the easy way. The harder way is what I'm about to show you now. So let's say you don't have a work or school email address and you want to do it through the free trial. So let's quickly look at the Microsoft documentation first. So it says here, if you don't have a work or school account, learn about alternate ways to sign up. So this is the alternate way to sign up. You go to this page and you go to Office 365 E3 and you're going to create a free account. Try for free. See it there? So you're going to get 30 days free access to Office 365 E3. It's just an enterprise account. Now, obviously you want to cancel that before the 30 days if you don't want to use it. The reason why we're doing this is to get that on Microsoft.com business account. So yeah, and you are going to have to use your credit card here. And again, they won't charge you. Just make sure you cancel within 30 days. So you click try for free. And then you'll come to this page here and you have to go through the process of setting it up. So here you just put in your personal email address. It can be any email address. This is just going to be linked to your account. You click next, and I've put in a dummy email address there, just a dummy email address to put in anything. So then you click on set up account, and then obviously you have to put in all your details. So just fill all that in. So then they're going to ask for your phone number. So just put all that in and make sure that you have your phone next to you. Okay, so the next screen, you're going to get your on Microsoft email account. So you can see here on Microsoft.com. So you can choose your username and your domain, or you can just accept whatever they give you and just put in your password. Just make sure you write all that down, of course, or store it, because this is what you're going to be signing into Power BI with. This username, this is the email address, all right, here. So you click on next. So again, you have to put in your payment details and just make sure you cancel within 30 days so they don't charge you if you don't want to use it. If you want to use it, you just keep going with it. Okay, so this screen is not in every country. I don't think I actually got this screen, but if you do, you just put in your tax number. They're not going to use it for anything because you're going to be canceling it. So just put in your tax number. All right, so this is the confirmation screen that you need. So yeah, so this is this message here, it's been blanked out, but you'll have your email address here, your on Microsoft email address. So you write that down and that's what you're going to be using. All right, So after you've done that, now you go to app.powerbi.com, and then you'll already be logged in. You'll still be logged in, and you'll get this screen. So yeah, it's just saying it'll show your on Microsoft account there, and it'll say, do you want to continue? Yes. Basically, yeah, you'll be logged in and you'll go straight to the Power BI service. Now, as I said in previous modules, you can use the Power BI service in free mode, which will allow you to do a lot of things. The only thing you can't do is you can't share anything, but they do give you a pro account license free for 60 days. You have to click try free here. So it says try free. You just click there. And then you'll get this screen, start 60-day free pro trial. So you click start trial, which is 60 days, which is a lot of time. And then you'll have a good amount of time to play around with the pro features. So just remember, if you don't want to use pro after the 60 days, make sure you cancel it before that so you don't get charged. If you want to cancel it, you go to the top right-hand corner of the screen and literally it'll say cancel trial, okay? So that's it, my friends. You've got desktop installed, you have a Microsoft Service account, you have everything you need now, and now the next step is we're going to log in and we're going to go through live using Power BI. Hello, welcome to Module 4, Getting Data into Power BI Desktop. All right, that's what we're going to go through, so let's get started. Okay, so I've clicked on the Power BI Desktop icon and it's opened up. So you've got the welcome screen here. So you've got all of the old files that I've clicked on previously on the left. You've got the invitation in the middle to log in. I haven't logged in yet. I'll do that together with you. And on the right hand side, we've got some links here that you can explore later. So you've got some tutorials, a forum, and there's a blog, interesting blog for you to go through. So at the moment, we'll just close that and let's log in. So usually I'm continually logged in. I just logged out so I could go through that with you. We'll start from the very, very beginning. So you put in your login. You can see here I've got one of the on Microsoft accounts. Continue. So you can see here it's confirming which account I'm going to use. It's this one. Now I already have my password stored automatically in Microsoft, so it's not going to ask me for my password. So I'm logged in now. You can see my name up here in the top. All right, so Power BI Desktop, let's have a quick rundown of what we're looking at here. So at the top, this top section here is called the ribbon. It's very similar to the other ribbons in the other Microsoft applications like Excel and Word. There are some different options here, of course. We will go through this throughout the course. This big section here, this big white section in the middle, it's called the canvas. And there's three main areas to it. So you can see here on the left, you've got the report view. This is where you actually build your reports. The next one is the data view. That's where you can look at the data that you've ingested. And then you've got the model view. That's where you can look at the actual data model. And again, we'll be going through all of this throughout the course. Usually I leave it on report view. On the right-hand side, you've got what I call the building area. So you've got all the options to build visualizations. You've got your filters there. See those arrows? That's how you go in and out, those arrows, if you want to expand or collapse. And your data area, which is, it'll just list all the data you have available. At the bottom left, you can see there's different pages. So you can have, again, I mentioned before in a previous module, you can have multiple pages on a report. That's where you would add a page. On the bottom right, you can make the screen, the work area larger or smaller. Usually I have it at about 80%. All right, so this module really is about exploring, importing, ingesting, and different data sources. So the way you get data is by clicking Get Data. There it is there. Microsoft have also put some options in the middle of the canvas, so you can just import Excel directly here. There's an option. Import from SQL Server, you can cut and paste. So you can just cut and paste data straight in if you want to there. And they have a sample database if you want to play around with that. So the first thing we're going to do is let's go to Get Data. Now here's you've got some categories here. So if it's a database and you just want to scroll through, it lists all of the database types here. Let's just go back to all. Now there are over 200 different, they're called data connectors. There's over 200 data connectors. So there's really everything you can imagine. They're adding connectors all the time as well. Pretty much anything you're going to need is already here. All sorts of different, there's a Spark, you've got Python, Amazon. You have a look through that, but pretty much everything, wow, they've even got Palantir. Everything that you could want is pretty much already here. All right, so the first thing we're going to test out is importing an Excel spreadsheet. So we don't have to search for it. It's already right there at the top, Excel workbook, connect. So I've got some test data to import. So here it is here. Let's just import that one. Click on it, open. So you can see the dots moving. So it's already detected it. So it is here. There's only one sheet. There's just a little bit of data. So there is the data. Here is the actual Excel that I'm talking about. I've already got it open. So there's just obviously a little bit of data there. So that's what we're talking about. So it's detected it and it's given a preview there. So let's look at these options at the bottom. We've got load and transform data. This is important. Let me just spend some time here. So load means you're directly importing and loading the data into your Power BI data model. So you would use that option if you don't really need to do any more transformations in the data. So if you don't need to split any data or clean up or trim the data, you would just load it directly. You would choose transform data. Now transform data will open up Power Query. Transform data if you do need to make transformations in the data. So we're not going to do any Power Query in this module, so we're just going to load the data. So it brings up some messages, but you can see here it's loading. Done. All right, so you can see on the right hand side here, it's now listed. Let's just call that Excel data so we know. So let's quickly display it in a table so we can keep a record of everything that we have. So that's the data from our Excel. All right, so the next type of data we're going to test is from an Access database. So let's quickly look at, I've created a test Access database here. You can see here it's just got an ID and a first name and last name. So let's go back to Power BI and import it. So we go get data. Let's type Access database, connect. Got it there, just connect to that one. So it's detected it and it's detected the table. So let's click on it. We preview it. Yes, that's the data what we're looking at. And then we click load. So you can see here in the data area, it's now showing. Let's rename it. Let's quickly put it in a table so we can make sure it's, let's just put the ID and last name. Let's move that up here. So that's the Access data. Don't worry, we're going to be spending a lot more time on how to use all these functions and tools here, all right? I just want to display the data so you can see the progress that we're making. If you go down to here, the data model, you'll actually see those tables that we've imported. They're here. They're not connected at the moment, but you can see them there. Data view, you can actually look at the data in data view. You just click on each data source. Let's go back to report view. Okay, so the next type of get data that I want to show you is getting data directly from the internet. So this is a really cool feature of Power BI Desktop. There's no programming. You can just choose the web link and then choose what data you want to import. So it's pretty much web scraping. So let's go to my browser. So let's look at Wikipedia, the demography of London. So the demographics of London. You can see here there's a lot of data. There's already some visualizations. There's data running down the right hand side. There's a big table in the middle. There's a lot of data here. So let's copy the URL. We're back in Power BI. Let's go to Get Data. Click on More. And you want to choose Web. Click on Web Click connect. Now you paste the URL and click OK. So now it's connecting to that site. Now, because my credentials are already stored on my computer, it's not asking me for any passwords or anything, but if another screen comes up, you just choose anonymous. What that means is you don't need credentials to access Wikipedia, so you just choose anonymous. If you're going to a URL that needs a username and password, then you obviously need to put in your username and password for that website. So you can see it's come back, it's scraped all the data. Some of it is in a useful format, that's not. That looks better. So you can go through and have a look at what it's picked up. This is the one I think I wanted to look at. Yeah, languages spoken in London over the years. So you can see here, it's picked up the table really well. It's got the year at the top. So yeah, it's got the language spoken and the number and percentage. Mainly it's comparing 2011 to 2021. So you can see here English was spoken by 77.9 in 2011 and 78.4 in 2021. So yeah, let's just import that data. Click on it there. Again, we're not going to do any transformations in this module, but if you wanted to clean up that table, you would click transform data there, but we're just going to load it. So it's loading. So it's all done. You can see here it's here now. Let's quickly rename that so it makes sense. Let's just call Wikidata. Let's quickly create a table and put some data in it. There's some data. Okay, I'm going to give you another example of scraping data from the internet because it's so useful and so many good things you can do with it. Let's go to another website, Trustpilot, which you're probably aware is a ratings website where you can give ratings on a product or a company. So I've got Best Bank in Australia. You can see here, it's got all the ratings. So you've got a trust score of 4.8 out of 5 and 331 reviews. You've got the bank name and you've got the location. So obviously this is not in table format, but Power BI has you covered here. It'll actually still scrape this data, and let's see what format it can come up with. So let's take the URL and go to get data, type in web, click on web, click connect, put in the URL, click OK. Now it's scraping that data and let's see what it comes up with, hopefully in a useful format. So it's come up with 4 different tables. So this table is useful. I believe it's table 4. Yeah, they've really extracted the right data here. So you've got column 1 with all the bank names. So you've got column 2 with the rating and the review count. And then column 3 looks like it's just the review. So we could easily split that column and then have exact data that we want. So let's choose that one. We're not going to do that now. We're just going to load it. Okay, so it's come up here. It's named it table 4. Let's rename that. That's Trustpilot. Quickly put it in a table. Let's move it here. Let's just put in all the columns. All right, so that's data from the internet. Now let's get data from an Azure SQL database. So I have a test Azure database set up. Let's quickly look at it. So here it is here. This is my database. Here is the location of the server. So this URL is what we're going to use to connect. So we go to get data and we put Azure. Here it is here, Azure SQL database. Click on that, connect. So we put in that URL that I just showed you. You can put in the database if you want to. So obviously some servers have multiple databases. We won't do that for now. You leave it on import, you click OK. So it's connecting to the database. So it's already connected. Now, Microsoft have stored my connection details, the username and password, so it didn't ask me to enter it. But the first time you connect to a database, you will need your username and password. So however you normally connect to a database, the credentials, that's what is going to pop up, and that's what you're going to need to put in. So let's click on the database itself. This database that we're looking at is the AdventureWorks sample database from Microsoft. It's a fictitious bicycle manufacturer. So you can see here, address, customer, product, sales order details. I'll just quickly show you the database before I import it. So I've connected the Azure SQL database to my SQL Server Management Studio on my computer. So I'm just directly connected to the Azure database, and I'm already logged in, and here are all the tables here. So I've expanded the sales.customer table, and I've opened up a query. Let's just do a quick query to see what we've got here. Select everything from sales. Let's run that. So here's the results. You can see at the bottom right, there's 847 rows. 847 rows. So when I import it, that's what should happen. Let's go back to Power BI. So let's go to customer. Yeah, and then all you have to do is click load. Loading, and it's done. You can see here it's loaded. Sales LT customer. Let's just quickly put another table in the report view so we can just quickly load some data. Let's just put first name and last name. So yeah, that will be a list of all the first names and last names. Okay, so there's one more get data I want to show you, and that's again connecting to the same database, the Azure SQL database, except this time we're going to use SQL to filter the data that we actually import. So the reason why you would want to do that is you want to always be importing as little as possible, or importing exactly the data that you need. You don't want to be importing all sorts of irrelevant data. So if you have a database with 100 million records, but you only need 1,000 of those records, then you only want to be doing that. The reason why, obviously, is it's going to be much, much quicker, the whole workflow. So it's going to be quicker to import. Every time you refresh the data, it's going to be quicker. And every time the end user, so the person who consumes the reports or consumes the dashboards that uses that data, all of those refreshes are going to be quicker. So let's do that now. Let's test it in SQL Server Management Studio first. So let's say we want to import only customers whose first name is John. So leave it there, and then we'll type where, see here, first name is one of the columns. First name equals John. Let's test it here first. Let's run it. You can see here, there's only 20 rows. Only 20 rows. And let's run it in Power BI. So let's do it again. So get data, Azure SQL database, connect, put in the server name. This time we will put in the database because we're going to use the advanced option. That's the name of the database in that server. We go to advanced options, and we actually put that SQL code that we had before, we put it right here. Let's copy and paste it here. So here's the code that I typed before. I've just copied and pasted it. So you can see what we're doing. We're querying the database, and we're only importing the results of that query. Let's click OK. And it's done it. You can see here, first name John, that's only 20 rows. And we're going to load it. Okay, it's called it query 1. Let's rename it. Let's quickly put in a new table. So the company name they work for, and then obviously their name will be John. So there are all the methods that we're going to go through today. So I hope you got something out of that, and don't worry, we're going to be going over all this many, many times. So that's the end of the module. Thank you. Welcome to Module 5, Transforming Data with Power Query. All right, that's what we're going to go through. So let's get started. All right, so I've logged into the Power BI desktop. I'm going to close this initial window and let's import our Excel dataset. Let's just click here. It's this one here. All of these files will be included in the course files, so you can play around with all of this in your own time, which I definitely recommend. Open. Okay, so before we go further, let's have a look at the original Excel in its original state. So here's the Excel. So basically it's got two tabs, global population and growth rate. So we're mainly just going to be using this tab here. So it is what it seems. It's basically got the rank of each country in terms of their population. So China has the largest population, followed by India. It's got where the source statistics came from. So this one came from Chinese official population clock. It's got the percent of the world population. China has 19.1% of the world population. And it's got the date that the statistics were gathered. So these were done in 2014. The last one here is, it's just called data owner. So it's obviously Jason is the name of the person who collected this data. So have a look at the data here. You can see there's some problems with the data. You've got some missing values for the country or territory. You've obviously got an error here as well. It's got 400. And you've also got some missing data here, percent of population. You've got the date in this format, which is month, day, and year. So we'll look at changing that to make it better and faster for Power BI to calculate reports and dashboards through date. And we'll probably drop a few columns. This column here we don't need, do we? So that's what we're going to be playing around with. This is all about formatting the data in the best possible way for Power BI to run as efficiently and quickly as possible. Let's go back to Power BI. So here it is here. There's the two tabs. So we just need this one, global population. You can see here. So remember before when we were just importing it directly into Power BI, we were clicking load. This time here, we're going to be clicking transform data. Transform data opens Power Query. All right, so we're in Power Query now, and here's our table. On the left, you can see the query. So just to be clear, this is all about data transformation, and very simply, that just means taking source data and changing the format into the exact format we need, which is optimal for our reports and dashboards. Okay, so we're in Power Query Editor here. Let's have a quick talk about what we're looking at here. So obviously at the top, we've got the ribbon. So there's a lot of options here. We will be going through many of them in this course, not every single one of them. You can see here are the options. It's the same as all the other ribbons in different Microsoft products. You've got the category, so query, and then you've got all the query options, manage columns, then all the column options, row columns, transformation options under transform, combining, and there's many other options at the top here, and we'll be going through many of them. On the left, you have the query. That's just the query name. In the middle, you've got the data, obviously. And then on the right, we've got the query settings, the properties, and applied steps. We'll be talking about this shortly. So the first thing I like to do when I've imported a new data source is to actually look at the properties of the table. And the way you do that is you go to View, and all of these options here will show you properties of the table. So let's start with column profile. Let's do this one, column profile. So you can see here it's giving you the sort of the statistics of the column. So there's 248 rows. It's picked up 0 errors. There's 4 empty rows. Distinct, unique. I'll explain what that means in a minute. Now let's go to column distribution. This is handy as well. You can see here it makes a distinction. Let's look at date instead. So the difference between distinct and unique is distinct is how many different values are different. So literally How many different types of values do you have? You've got 91. Unique means it's distinct and it only happens once. There's only one instance of that value. So 71 times a value occurs only once. Let's go back to here, column quality. This shows you, this picks up errors in the data. So here it's not picking up any errors you see with the red, but it is picking up empty rows. That's good to know. Here it's got the option to show white spaces. So you can see here China, the Excel, let's quick look at this. See the Excel has a empty space at the bottom. United States does as well. Here it's giving the option to see the white spaces. Obviously we don't want white spaces. All right, so always have a look at the view option and have a look at all these table statistics just to give you a good idea of what you're actually looking at. Let's turn all that off for the moment. Go back to transform. So looking at this, we've got these null values here, which are just errors. So we want to get rid of those. So let's do that now. So the way you do that is you go up to here, choose this option, and literally just select remove empty. And they're all gone. That was easy. Notice every time we do something, an extra layer of applied steps gets applied here. So it says there, filtered rows. If you ever want to walk that back, you can just click the X and it goes back to the way it was before. Let's do it again. Empty rows. So the other thing we want to do is we want to get rid of this column here because it's just not relevant. That's very simple. I just right clicked then. Right click, remove. It's gone. Then applied steps, removed columns. Okay, so at the top here, obviously we can change these column names. Let's change this one because that's sort of hokey. So I just double clicked on it, but you can right click and choose rename, or you can just double click on it. Let's just call it country. Keep it simple. And you can see here, these symbols in the top left of each column, that's the data type. So ABC is obviously text. Let's click on it. So these are all the options. So if you ever see that Power BI has given the wrong data type to a column, you just go in here and change it. Fixed decimal number, whole number, percentage, all the dates, text, true, false, binary. These all seem to be fine. So if you ever want to duplicate a column, so make a copy of a column, it's very simple. You just right click and duplicate. So you've got two here. Now we don't want that, so let's delete it. See here, let's go back and delete that. Click on the X, that's gone. So if you ever want to split a column, which you'll probably be doing quite often, you can see here there's an opportunity for us to split this date column. Let's have a look. So obviously we've got January 14, comma, space 2014. Let's split it by the comma. So the way you do that is you right click and you click on split column, and you split by delimiter, you split by comma, just leave that as none. That's just going to split it into another column. There you go, it's done. Now you've got the month and day and the year in separate columns. You can change those if you want. Click to undo. Gotta do it twice. Now, check out this date. Dates are very important in Power BI because a lot of filtering and highlighting is done by date. So we really have to name it properly and categorize it properly. So you see here it's got ABC. It's a text. It's a text column, so we don't want it to be text. We want it to be date. So what I would do first is change it to date format. And then let's say you only wanted to show the year. You don't need the month or day. You would go here, click on date, and then click year. You can see here it's the name of the applied step is extracted year. So it's passed and extracted the year, and now we've just got all the years. All right, so let's have a look at anything else we can fix. So you can see here some of the countries are just capitalized and then the others aren't. So let's make it all the same. So we can just right click and choose transform. And these are the options. The one we would want is capitalize each word. So you can see here now these country names are all capitalized correctly. Let's also have a look at this here. We want to keep the source, but let's say we want to change, see how it's written here, official/estimate. Let's say we just want to change, it's written here a lot as well. Let's say we just want to change it to make it so there's a space and we capitalize the E. So what we would do is right click and choose replace values. And we're just changing it from that to that. That's how we want it. Click OK. And now they're all changed. So we can see here that, remember there were some spaces. See here in the original document there are some spaces between, there are some spaces before China and the United States. You can see Power BI has already taken them out automatically, but if for any reason they are still there, you would right click here and go to transform and you would use trim. Trim takes out leading and tailing spaces. So if there are any spaces that are messing with your data, you would use trim. What clean does, clean takes out things like tabs and enters or returns. You don't really see those much, but you could use trim quite often. So that's it for transformations for this module. The next module we will be going into more depth. So yeah, look forward to it. Thank you. Welcome to Module 6, Power Query in Depth. So that's what we're going to go through. So let's get into it. All right, so I've just logged in. Let's close that. So the first thing that I'd like to talk about is appending data through Power Query. So let's have a quick look at the Excel file that we're going to be working with. So here it is. So you can see at the bottom the tabs, you've got the HR department, sales department, marketing department, and the last one is the yearly bonuses. So you can see here in the HR, you've got the department, the position, and the name of the person, their salary. And then for each department, you have the same data. So you can see the formats are the same. So you can already see what we're going to do here. So the formats are the same. And what we're going to do is we are going to make one master table with all of the employees in one table. Then after that, what we're going to do, we're going to merge it with their yearly bonuses. You can see this is a table with all of the employees and all of their bonuses. So we're going to merge this table with all of the other information. Obviously, all of these Excels are part of the course and you can download them. Just one other thing, just before getting Power BI involved, you should always try to make the column names the same, as in department, position, name, salary. You notice they're the same in each worksheet, and we've used the same terminology here. You can obviously fix all of this in Power Query, but it just makes it a lot simpler if you just fix it in the original source. So if you own the data, then try to fix it. If you don't own the data and you only have read access, then you can't fix it, and then you'll have to fix it in Power BI. Let's go to Power BI and import everything. Import from, let's do it this way, import data from Excel. So here is the file here. Click on that, open. So you can see all the tabs here. We want to import all of the tabs. Worksheets, they're called worksheets. Let's import all the worksheets. So we're going to transform this data, which opens Power Query. Okay, so here it is all here. It's all exactly the same data. All right, so let's click on this one. And then again, what we're doing is we're appending, meaning making one master table, these three worksheets. So click on sales. Okay, so let's append it here. You've got append queries here. So let's append queries as new. So it's going to create a new table. So I always click on this option just because it gives a nice interface to add and remove queries. So these are all the available tables, and this is what it's going to append. So it's already got sales there. So we want to also add HR and marketing. So they're the three. Let's click OK. And you can see it's already done it. It's named it append 1. Let's change the name of that. I just double clicked on it. Let's call it master table. So you can see here it's done it all well. There's all the departments. It's done everything perfectly. Okay, so what we'll do now is we'll merge this yearly bonus table to the master table. So we're creating one master flat table, and we're going to connect it by the name because the name is what's in common. All right, so let's go to master table and you click on merge queries. This time we're not going to merge queries as new. We're going to merge to the existing table. So it says at the top here, select a table and matching columns to create a merged table. We have to choose a table that we're going to draw from, which is the yearly bonus. And then we have to click on the matching keys, the matching columns. So that's name. You literally just click on it there, and you click on it there. By default, it's got left outer join. That's pretty much the join we want. You can change joins if you want to. All of the joins are there, but this is the one we want. It's taking all of the unique keys, which is the name from the master table, and matching it to the same name in the yearly bonus table, and then it's bringing all that information across. So let's use the left outer join. You can see at the bottom here, this selection matches 9 of 9 rows from the first table. So it means that Power Query has found 9 out of 9 matching. So once you've done that, we click OK. So now you can see it's added an extra column and it's got a table here, added the table to that table. So what we have to do is we have to extract the columns that we actually want to display. If you want to look at what's actually in the table, if you click on it there, you can see at the bottom, let's move that up. You can see at the bottom, that's the information for that person. So Roger Jones, his bonus is 8,500. You can see it there. You can click on each one. So to choose the columns, you click on this icon here and you just select the columns that you want to display. So we just want let's just put the year and the bonus. We don't need the name again. So there you go. It's added the year and it's added the bonus to that. Let's quickly change this name. Let's just call it year, bonus year. And let's change this to bonus amount. So that's how you append and merge data. So let's save this file just to show you how to save it. File, save. It's the first time we're saving it. Let's call it append and merge. So you notice it's saving it as a .pbix file. So that's the native file for Power BI Desktop. Let's choose apply later, meaning we don't want to upload this data to our data set in Power BI. We just want to keep it in Power Query at this stage. So there's one other thing I want to explain to you before we move on, and that's when we load this into our data model. So when we load it into Power BI, we only need to load the master table. We don't need to load everything else. Everything we need for our visualizations is in this table. So if we load all of these other tables, it's just going to make it slower and it's actually redundant. So what to do? What we do is there is an option. So you right click here and you choose, so it says enable load, it's ticked. You need to take that tick out. Let's have a look at it again. See, it's not ticked now. It's not ticked. Let's do it for all of these. Take the tick out. Take the tick out. Take the tick out. You'll notice that these are now italics. So when it's italics, you know that it's not going to actually load into the data model. And this is the only one that's going to load. Let's do it now so I can show you. Close and apply. So you can see on the right here, it's the only table that has loaded. That's all we need for our visualizations. And that is obviously good. Again, so we don't load everything. We just load exactly what is necessary. It makes everything faster. Okay, so the next thing we'll talk about is how to unpivot and pivot in Power BI. So let's have a look at our source Excel. It's a different file. So very simply, it's a simple spreadsheet tracking the sales of a hardware store by 4 categories. So it's equipment, home care, lawn care, and building supplies. So it's tracking by the year. There are 4 different categories of merchandise, and by the year. It's just one tab. So let's go to Power BI. So let's import it, open. So there it is there. Let's click Transform Data. So you can have a look at the data here. We're going to unpivot. Unpivoting is really easy, but really the question you have to ask yourself is why unpivot in the first place? So the reason why unpivoting in Power BI is so common is because in order to use slices and in order to build proper visualizations and reports, you need to be able to access different categories easily. You need a flat data set because it makes it very easy for Power BI to categorize and slice the data. So let's do it now. There's two ways to do it. You can right click and choose the unpivot options here, or you can go to transform and the unpivot options are here. Let's just do it here. So there's three options there. It's pretty straightforward. Power BI have really good explanations and label names. Here what we want to do, we want to unpivot other columns. So you can see that year is highlighted and we want to unpivot all of the other 4 columns. You can see here it's already done it. So now we have each category right next to the year. When you unpivot, you'll also need to put in the attribute and value column names. So let's call this category and let's just put sales amount. So that's that. So if you ever want to pivot again, you'll do this far less often, but you might need to do it. Firstly, choose the one you want to pivot. It'll be this one. Then you go to pivot and always read here, gives a good description. Use the names in category to create new columns. That's exactly what we want to do. We want to pivot this column. And the values will be sales amount, so I'll need to change that. Sales amount. And click OK. And it's pivoted back to the way it was before. So that's how you pivot and unpivot. Let's just quickly look at the applied steps we have here. Let's talk about this more. So you can see every single thing we've done is recorded on the side here. You can actually click this gear icon and it'll bring up exactly what we did. So it brings up the box and the options we chose. So if you want to change it, and obviously if you want to delete that step, you'll just click the X. We've already renamed steps before, so if you wanted to actually change that, you right click and choose rename. And if you want to delete the steps, so let's delete the steps where we pivoted. Click on the X, you can see everything changed. We'll leave renamed columns. So earlier I promised that we'd look at the advanced editor and look at some M code. So remember, M is the code that is generated automatically in the background by Power Query whenever you choose any options in Power Query. So let's have a look at that now. So the way you do that is you go to Home and you choose Advanced Editor, and this is M code here. So you don't have to write this. Having said that, the more you understand, the better it will be for you. So you can see here, every row of code here actually aligns to every option here, everything that we've done. So you can see the last one was renamed columns. You can see here, renamed columns. And this is the actual code that's generated for that step. So you can see there, it's pretty obvious what's happening and you just have to read what it is and you already know what it is because you did it. And you notice the first one is source. That's where we actually imported it. You can actually see it here. Source. And this is the path. This is the path on my computer. So if you ever are having a problem and you move a file around, you can always just come in here and change the path. There is an option through the user interface to do it, but you can easily just see here as well. So that's M code and the advanced editor. Let's close that. So let's just talk about one final thing, and that's loading and applying the data. What you do there is, so let's say we've done all the transformations that we want and we're ready to load this data into our data model in Power BI. What we do is we go to here, it's 3 options. Close just means closing the Power Query editor. Apply means apply it without closing it. And close and apply means closing the editor and applying it at the same time. So that's what we want to do. Applying means literally you're loading the data from Power Query into Power BI into the data model. So let's do that. So you can see here it's loading it. Then what you can do, it's actually, you can look in the model view and it's there. Table view, it's all there. And when we start building reports, the data is available there and we can start using the visualization options. Okay, my friends, that's it for this module. Welcome to module 7. Here we go, data modeling. So that's what we're going to go through. So let's get started. What is data modeling? It's the process of creating visual representations of the connections between data structures, including the individual attributes of those data structures. So we're going to go through that in a minute. Now this is important because Power BI is optimized for a data modeling structure called the star schema. So that's what the star schema looks like. So it's really got two parts. It's got fact tables and dimension tables. So let's talk about fact tables first. So you can see here in the middle here is the fact table. All right. So in this example, it's got product information and customer and units sold. So here we go. It's also known as the truth table. So you'll hear it called that sometimes. Mainly it contains measures, metrics, or facts, and usually contains repetitive data, and it normally grows vertically. So more and more rows are just continually added. So let's give some examples so you can really understand what it is. So the perfect type of fact table would be a sales transaction table. So think of a company, think of a shop, and they make 100 sales a day, or they make 1,000 sales a day. Every one of those sales is a record. So you have the sales order number, you have the customer number, have a look here in the middle, the product number, time ID, in other words, the data around the time it was sold, the units sold. So it's all about repetitive actions that happen in an organization, and a sales transaction or an order transaction is perfect for a fact table. Now, the other type of table is a dimension table. So you can see these four tables around the fact table, they're dimension tables. And what dimension tables do is they add data to the main instance in the middle, the main action that's happened in the middle. So in other words, an order has taken place, a sale has taken place. You've got the product information, the product dimension. So you've got the product ID, product name, the product line, like the category of the product. You've got the customer information, the customer's name, the city, zip code or postcode. You've got the promotion, so that it may have been connected to some type of promotion, so a marketing campaign. It's got the ad type, maybe there was a coupon. And then you've got the time dimension table, so the time, month, quarter, year, things like that. So you can see here, all of these dimensions, they add extra information to the fact table. So if we look at some of the points I've got here, it's also called a lookup table. Basically describes properties of the fact table. With Power BI, just remember, this is important for when you actually build your own model. The dimension tables are mainly used to slice or filter the fact table. So in other words, you could do a report or you could do a table where you slice the units sold by zip code or postcode. So in other words, you could say, give me all the postcodes in this area and tell me how many units were sold by postcode. So you're filtering the fact table by the dimension table. So you might be asking yourself, why can't I just keep it all in one table? Why do I have to break it all up? It seems like it's extra work, and yeah, I just want to keep it in a flat data set. So below here is an example of a flat data set. Basically that means it's just one table, like one Excel workbook or just one table, and everything's there together. So here are the reasons for and against that. So a single flat table, the problem is it massively increases the size of the data that you have to store. So it's not really an issue for long-term storage, but it's an issue for when you're using slices and when you're using filtering. All of the data has to be loaded into your computer's memory. It all has to be loaded into memory for Power BI to actually process all of the data. So again, if you've got 500,000 records, all of that has to be loaded into memory. It's just too much. By using a star schema, you're actually loading far less into memory. So there is one advantage of a single table, and that is there are no relationships. So that, in theory, does make them faster. It really comes down to the size of your data set. If you've got 100 rows, then it's not going to make any difference what you do, because it's just everything's going to be fast, because 100 rows is nothing. But once you start getting into large data sets, 100,000 rows, a million rows, 10 million rows, you just can't use a flat table. It's not going to work. So here are some more points for the dimensional model, the star schema model. One other thing I haven't mentioned is that in Power BI, you have to think of the consumer of your reports and dashboards. So when they're doing their own filtering, so when you build your report and you give all options so that they can filter, you can't have 100 attributes as filters because it's just too confusing. You need to break it down into categories, and that's what having different tables does. It just makes it easier to read and easier to understand for the end user. So obviously storage is optimized, and as I said, you're only loading the required data into memory. And Microsoft themselves and all the top Power BI professionals say it's optimized for the star schema. Okay, so this graphic here is an example of a star schema. It's another example. You've got your main fact table in the middle, and you've got your dimensions around it. So let's talk about a few new concepts. So let's talk about cardinality. Cardinality is the relationship between the data by highlighting how many times a specific entity occurs in comparison to another. So the first one is a one-to-one relationship. So for example, one person has one passport. So you can't have a person with multiple passports. You can't have, that's for one country. So you can only one person can only have one Australian passport, for example, and one passport can only belong to one person. One to many, this is the most common in the star schema, or many to one, is one person makes many purchases. So one person can go out and buy 5 different things from the same shop. And you can see here I've highlighted in the graphic, here it is here. So see the circle there, 1, and that star means many, one to many. So in other words, the country Australia, there is only one country Australia in this table, and it could be listed many, many times in this financials table. Where's the country here? Country, country. There's only one Australia, but it can be listed many, many times in this financials fact table. And there's many to many, and that's, for example, many students can have many teachers in let's say in a university. So a few more concepts, the unique identifier and cross-filter direction. So let's talk about keys. So the primary key is a column that is used to uniquely identify each row in a table. So here you can see, let's look at the product example. So the product ID is the primary key in this table. So in that table, you've got the product category, the product name. You could also have product description, product weight, any detail about the product. There could be 100 different attributes to a product. So you could all have them there, but it's all identified by the product ID. So it's the primary key here, and it's the foreign key here. So the foreign key is a column in one table that refers to the primary key in another table. So it's the primary key here, and it's the foreign key here. And these two keys are what connect the fact table to the dimension table. So by having the product ID here, this fact table has access to all of this information in this product table. Again, there's only 3 here, but there could be 100 different attributes. And you can see this, it's the same for each one. You've got the date. Date is the primary key here and the foreign key there. Segment ID here, segment ID there, and country ID there. Okay, so cross-filter direction can be one way, in other words single, or both ways, and it represents the direction in which data can be filtered. So you can see here in the graphic I've got this, see this arrow, I've got it circled. That means the filter direction is going that way. The filter direction is going that way. So what that means is you can filter this table by anything in the country table. So in other words, if you want to find all the financial records for Australia, you can filter on the term Australia. And the same here for the products table. If you wanted to filter this financials table by just the product category, you could do that. So you're filtering this by that. When I say filtering, I could have used slicing. You can slice this table by the products table. If it were to go both ways, this arrow would be pointed in both ways, meaning either table could filter the other table. Generally in star schema, it's going to look like that. Just one other thing, you may not use this schema that often. It's called the snowflake schema. The reason why I've included it is because it is in a lot of documentation and people are more and more talking about it. So here's the same graphic. You can see there's one other thing added at the top left here. So we've broken out, basically what it means is we've added an extra dimension. So you can see it's a one-to-many relationship, and what it is, it's breaking out even more information about the product. So you can see here, the primary key is for this dimension is called the product category ID, and as a foreign key in this table, it's the product category ID here. So in other words, the products table can be filtered by the product categories table. And you might be asking, why would you want to do that? Well, in theory, it uses less space than a star schema. The disadvantage is it just makes everything more complex, and in theory, it could make it slower. So this shouldn't be your go-to solution, but if you really, really want to break out another dimension, then you can do it. But just be aware of any downstream effects it may have. So that's it for the theory. Let's go to Power BI and look at some live examples. Okay, so I've set up an example in Power BI Desktop. So it's about a fictitious pizza delivery company. And you can see here, this is see here on the right-hand side, we've got the fact table. So it's got the order details ID, an order ID, pizza ID, and the quantity ordered. So obviously when people order pizza, they may order more than one. So one person may order, say, 5 pizzas. So you can see it here. This order ID, see the order ID is the same, 22222. That means that person's ordered 5 pizzas. So it's the same order ID. They're all the different pizza types, and there's the quantity. They ordered 1 of each. And for each line item, it has a separate ID. See, it's separate, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that field is called the order details ID. So you can see there, it's a many-to-one relationship already. So that's the fact table. Let's look at some of the dimension tables. So I've put fact table dim. This file is included in your training file, so you should open this up and play around with it. Let's look at the dimension tables. So the pizza, so this is basically a description of the pizza, really. So you've got the pizza ID, so that's the unique identifier. That's the pizza type ID, so that's an identifier for the type of pizza. So you've got barbecue chicken small, barbecue chicken medium and large, and these are all part of the barbecue chicken category. And you've got the sizes, and you've got the price, and you've got the actual order details. Let's put that in order, in ascending order. So that's what we talked about before. It's just got the order number and then the date and time. If we go back to the fact table, there's this one here, the order ID. All right, so that's what we're dealing with. So here is a look at remember this is called the model view. So this is what the model view looks like with no relationships. So it's just the 3 tables, no relationships. We're going to set those relationships up in a minute. Let's just quickly look at the report view. I've put a few tables in there already. So I've put some tables in here. So you can see here I've got the pizza size by the quantity. You see here it's all the same. It's just giving the total amount of pizzas because they're not connected. There's no way to know how many pizzas were sold that were large because the tables aren't connected. The information is in separate tables. It's the same here. Pizza type ID. So if you want to know how many barbecue chicken pizzas were sold, there's no way to know because they're in separate tables. It's just giving you the absolute total. So if you look at the data over here, so in other words, pizza type ID is ticked. That's this column here. And the quantity is in the fact table. It's there. That's ticked. They're the 2 tables. And the fields are in separate tables. Again, they're not connected, so there's no way for them to be filtered. So let's connect them. The easiest way to connect them is by just dragging and dropping. I'll show you that now. So pizza ID is the primary key here and the foreign key here. So let's do that. You just literally click on it and drop it on it. It creates a connection automatically. It's literally as simple as that. Power BI is amazing. And you can see here it's already detected the relationship. So it's a one-to-many relationship. And you can see it's also detected the filter direction. It's filtering that way. So that's exactly what we want. We want to be able to filter the fact table by attributes in this table. So we're filtering this table by size. That's what we want to do. filtering this table by pizza type. That's what we want to do. Let's connect this one as well. This is connected by the order ID. Connect. Done it again. One to many, filtering that way. So let's have a look at the visualizations again and see if they've updated. So now they're connected correctly. You see they updated automatically. Now we can actually see the filtered data. So there were 18,956 large pizzas sold and only 28 extra large pizzas sold. And it breaks down the types of pizzas sold as well. Classic, deluxe, I guess that means, was the most popular pizza. So that's how that works. Let's go back to the model view and play around with this because I just want to show you how to change some of the options. The easiest way is, again, just to drag and drop the keys. There is another option here called Manage Relationships, and it's just a longer way to do it, but there is an option there, and I do want to show you. So let's double click on this, and it's just got a different view of the relationships. So the fact orders details table is linked to the dimension orders table, and they're linked by this column. So it's highlighted, order ID, order ID. This is when we drag and dropped it. This was all created in the background. If you want to change the cardinality, so you can see here it's many to one, you can just change it there. There's all the options. And the cross filter direction is single. If you want to change it to both, it's just there. If you ever want to edit or delete, you can always just double click on the line. See what I did? See, it's highlighted, it's green. Double click on it and it just brings it up automatically. It's just so easy. If you want to delete it, you just right click and click delete. You can see all the properties are here on the right hand side as well. It's just the same properties. Okay, my friends, that's it for this module. Welcome to module 8, DAX Fundamentals. Let's get to it. So what is DAX? Data Analysis Expressions is what it stands for. It's a language used in Power BI, Excel Power Pivot, and SQL Server Analysis Services, or SSAS. So it's exactly the same language in all three. Its formulas include functions, operators, and values to perform advanced calculations and queries on data. So a common question is, how is DAX different from Excel functions? So it's very different. Basically, it has nothing to do with Excel functions. So with Excel, you think in cells and ranges. So you all the time, you're referencing cells and you're referencing ranges. This you can't do in DAX, all right? In DAX, you think in columns and tables. There is no individual access to a cell or a range. So just remember that when you start thinking in cells and you're writing in DAX, you just can't do it. So the two main things you would want to do with DAX are you create calculated columns or you create measures. So calculated columns give you the ability to add new data to a table. It's physically stored on the hard drive and it's refreshed with every data refresh of your data set. So what that means is when we do a calculated column, it's literally stored as part of the data set. So your data set actually increases in size. The other type is calculated measures. So measures are dynamic calculation formulas where the results change depending on the context of the visualization. And they're not stored in the data set, therefore it uses less memory. So it's generally best practice to use or to choose measures over calculated columns because measures aren't literally stored in the data set, so it doesn't increase the size of the data set. So you might say, well, how does it work? So they're calculated on the fly. So when you click on a visualization or when a visualization appears, the measure is calculated in that very instance. All right, so let's go to Power BI Desktop and let's do it all for real. So I've got a fictitious data set here. Our examples are getting more complex and bigger as your knowledge grows. So this is for a fictitious supermarket or small goods supplier. You can see here there's 5 worksheets. Got location of the shops, the employees, the customers, all the products, and the sales. The sales is the fact table. Just one other thing before we get started. If you want a full list of all of the DAX expressions, of all the DAX code, really the best resource is the Microsoft website. Here's the link here, which I'll obviously include in the notes. So you see on the left here, it literally has every single DAX expression and code here. So you just look here and you can just see all of the options are here. You just go into each one. There's average and it shows you the syntax. You go and read the parameters, the remarks, and it gives you an example. So every single one is here. So if you're going to use DAX, you make this your best friend. Alright, so I've already loaded that Excel workbook into Power BI, and here is the model view. So you can see it's a nice star schema. You've got your fact table in the middle, which are all of the sales transactions, and you've got all of the dimension tables around it. And they're all linked, obviously, by their primary keys and foreign keys. So location ID, employee ID, employee ID, and they're all one to, you see, one to many, one to many, one to many, one to many. So that's a textbook star schema. So let's look at the data view. You can see here all the data is already loaded. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is create a calculated column. So what we're talking about is literally creating a new column right there. So the way you do that is you click on new column. So you can click on new column there, or you can click on the table and right click and choose the new column. There's two ways of doing it. So you can see here it's highlighted and Power BI is waiting for you to enter in a DAX expression to populate the new column. So what we're going to do here is let's calculate the amount of profit or the revenue for each item here. So what we'll need is the price. We'll need to bring in the price column, and we'll then have to do another column that will calculate the price times quantity. So let's do that now. So let's rename the column. Let's call this price. So the way you bring in a new column into here is through related. So you see how I started typing and the IntelliSense started working? So this is gives you all the options. It's really important that you use that. So we want related, it's there. And we want to bring in price. See the price in the products table? We want to bring that in. So you just type price. And you see how it already finds it? IntelliSense searched the whole data set and it found it there, products price. You just click on it. And then you close the bracket and you click enter. And you can see here it's brought in the price from the products table. So we have it there. So that's one calculated column. Let's create another calculated column. New column. So this time we're going to times the quantity by the price, and that will give you the revenue. So the way you do that is you just times them. So you look for let's rename it. Let's rename it revenue. When I start typing, I always type the column. So I'm typing quantity, because then it'll just search and it'll find it. You can just click on it. That, and then you times, which is the star, and then we're timesing it by the price. Let's just type price, sales price. So that's what it is. Press enter and it calculates it. You can't really see it here because it's quantity 1, but if we change this to, let's say, descending, you can see here quantity 15, price $7.99, and that's the revenue. It's timesed it. Just to go back to here, so what we've done here, so sales is obviously the name of the table, and quantity is obviously the name of the column. So as we said before in the PowerPoint slide, these calculated columns are now stored literally on the hard drive. So it's on your computer, it's on your hard drive. If it's in the cloud, it's stored in your cloud storage. So it will literally increase the size of your data model. So that's how you create a calculated column, and you see here on the right, they've been added to sales. So there it is there, revenue and price. And you can see here that icon, that's a calculated column icon. So you can know straight away what's a calculated column. Let's have a look at report view and quickly put those in a visualization. Let's just do a table. Let's look at the revenue by state. So you would go to location and put state, and then you could put in the revenue. So you can see it there. basically it's broken it down. It's broken down the revenue by state. All right, now let's create a measure. Now remember, measures are calculated at the time that the visualization is viewed or refreshed. So it's not stored on the hard drive. It's calculated on the fly. So let's do that now. Let's create one. Let's just create a really simple one first. Let's do one for just the total sales, or the total number of sales. So it'd be the total of this one here, total quantity. So you would hover over there and right click and click new measure. That's one way. The other way is just literally being on the home tab and clicking new measure here. So let's go here, right click, new measure. So what we'll do is, very simply, let's just call it total sales. The function you use is sum, and you're just choosing the column, which is the quantity. So you can see now in the bottom right here, see it's there. See it's literally the icon is a calculator. You'll notice that your icons are different. So measures are a calculator and calculated columns look like that. So let's put that in a card visualization to see what it looks like. So it's saying there's 35,000 total individual sales. Just one other thing, you can play around with the format. Here are the attributes of the measure. So that's the name of it, total sales. So obviously you can change that if you want to. This is the table that it's in, the home table. You can change the format. So you can change it to a different type of number if you want to. And you can change the decimal places to whatever you want. I just changed it to 2 decimal places there, 35.38. So that's how you create a measure. So there's one other thing I want to show you, and that's something called quick measures. So you see this option up here, it says quick measure. What Microsoft are trying to do and what they're moving towards is trying to abstract away all of this code. So look, you need to learn some DAX, but at the end of the day, DAX can be complicated. We're spending 10 or 15 minutes on DAX here in this course. Really, we could spend a whole week or a whole month learning DAX. So it's not something you can learn in 15 minutes. The more DAX you know, the easier it will be for you, but you can really get a lot out of Power BI without being an expert in DAX. And again, Microsoft are moving towards trying to abstract away a lot of the coding, so like anyone can use it. Quick measure is one of those features that allows you to do that. And also, I believe Microsoft are bringing out a lot of AI tools to help automatically write DAX. So let's look at quick measure. The purpose of quick measure is just to simplify and automate the writing of DAX. And what it does is, if you have a look, if you click here, calculations, it just gives you a lot of text options to choose what you want to do. So let's do another average. So average per category. And it gives you 2 options to put. So it's drag and drop. So the first option is base value, the value you want to average. So let's average the revenue. And the category is the category in which you want to calculate the average. Let's say we want to calculate the average for state. Let's click add. So you can see it's added it here. So let's do a table again. Let's put in the state. And let's put in the new measure. Okay, so we've used our measure to find the revenue average per state, and here it is here. I'm going to increase the text size here, it's too small. Just watch how I do this. You go to View, click down, Customize Current Theme, and go to Text. And increase the font size because it's killing me how small that is. So there, it's much bigger. So yeah, there it is. We've used the measure we just created to calculate the revenue average per state, and there it is there. So yeah, a good way to start using DAX is through the quick measure, because you don't actually have to write the DAX, it's calculated for you. And always remember, once you do create it automatically, go and have an actual look at the code. So let's just go back here. And you can see here, this is the code that was created for you. And if you read it, it actually makes logical sense. So just remember, this is just a very brief introduction to DAX. We're literally spending 10 or 15 minutes on it. You could easily spend 1 month or 6 months studying DAX. So you take it as far as you want to take it. At the end of the day, the more you know, the better it is for you. But just to start with, probably start with quick measures, and always you can go back to the Microsoft website and it literally has an explanation for every option in DAX here. Okay, my friends, that's it for now. Welcome to Module 9, Data Visualization, Part 1. So obviously we're going to be talking about visualizations. That's what we'll go through. First of all, let's start off by looking at a website with all different types of visualizations. So this is a very famous graphic that a lot of analysts use to determine what type of graphic or chart or visualization they're going to use. Let's have a look at it now. So you have to click on it and then we're going to zoom right in. So it's just very good because sometimes it happens to me, it happens to everyone. You think to yourself, what's the best visualization I could use for this data? So this has it in categories and it shows you all the different types. So you can see here, distribution, time. So if you're dealing with time, you've got all these different types you could choose: line, spark lines. This one's about comparing categories, geospatial, part to whole. This is another one to look at. So you've got pie, donut, arc, tree map, very popular in Power BI now, tree maps. We'll have a look at that later. Relationships. So obviously I'll include the link in the notes. So just go to this website and have a look at this graphic. It's really important that you just get in your head all the different options that you have available and to use different charts to really make the best decisions in what you display. Okay, so we're back in Power BI Desktop. We're going to use the same data set as the last module. It's the sales records for the grocery store chain. Again, it's a star schema. So the first thing we're going to do is just have a quick look at the navigation for the report view and specifically for the visualization. So obviously you've seen me clicking on things before and it's pretty obvious this pane here is all about visualization. And we'll go through many of these today. One thing I want to show you before we actually get into the graphics is the themes that you could use for your reports. So the way you access that is you go to View, and this section here is all about the themes. So you just click on that down arrow, and at the moment we're using the default theme, which is this first one here. And obviously you've got all these color schemes, you've got different backgrounds. So if I were to click on that, it'll just change the whole background. Let's put it back to the default theme. So another option which you may need is to customize the current theme. So instead of using one of these options, you can just go in and have access to all of the different parameters for color and text size and fonts in here. So here's all your basic theme colors. You can change any of these if you want. You've got all your text options. We can change your fonts, background colors, wallpapers, and even changing the filter pane. So the area where you filter, you can change all of the text and background in there as well if you like. So once you've made your changes, you click apply. So if you've put together a theme that you really like, you can actually save the theme and use it. So to save the current theme, you simply click on this option, Save Current Theme, and you just put in a name. And you see here it saves it as a JSON file. So that JSON file will just be saved. And in the future, if you want to use it again or you want to send it to someone else, all you do is you go browse for themes and it's there, new theme 1. It's just a JSON file. You just upload it. So the other reason why you would want to play around with the customized themes area is you may want to use your company's colors, your organization's colors. If you do that, obviously you can just go in and it's got the hex option there. So you just get the hex numbers for your company's colors and you put them in. The other benefit of playing around with the theme is that it affects the whole report. So every aspect of the report. So you don't have to go into individual visualizations and change them individually. It just covers all of the visualizations and all of the styling in the whole report. One other thing while we're in the view tab is these options here, grid lines. So you can put grid lines on. See the grid lines just appeared, and that's for just for yourself, just so you can know so you can easily align things to grid lines. The other thing is you can have snap to grid on, which means, it means what it says. It's just snapping to the nearest line. It just makes it easier to align things. And locking objects basically obviously locks the visualization in that place. Let's go back to home. Okay, so card visuals. Let's talk about card visuals. So this is a card visual right here, and it's this option right here, card 1, 2, 3. So let's go about recreating this card visual. So this is obviously the sum of all sales for the whole company. Now you would use a card visual mainly to show a vital statistic. So here's the sum of revenue. It might be a vital percentage, or it might be a fault tolerance, or some key statistic in your organization that the consumer of the report would want to know straight away. That's where you would use a card visualization, or you could call it a KPI, key performance indicator. So let's do that now. So let's create a new one. What I'm going to do is recreate this card here. So the statistic we're looking at is the revenue. So you put it in the fields here, you just drag and drop. So at the moment it's got the count. So it's got the count of how many records there are. What you want to do is change that to sum. See here all the different types of aggregations you've got. You want to change it to sum. So you can see here that's what it looks like as the default. So that doesn't really look very nice, and we're going to go and change all the styling to make it look like that. So the first thing we want to do is change the color. So you see here, this is where all the styling for the visualization is. So you click on that, and then there's two options. There's the visual and the general. So the first thing we'll do is we'll change the background color. So you can see here it's under general, and then under background it's white. Let's change it to that blue color. That's the color there. Now let's go and change the actual font. So that's the default font. Let's change it to Segoe UI Bold. That's a very popular font these days. Let's change the color to white. So this is the call out value. That's the main value there. The category label is this here, sum of revenue. That's under category label. Let's make some more space here. Category label, let's change that to white as well. So you can see here it's looking very similar now. Let's make it a bit smaller. So you can drag and drop on these corners here, obviously. And also this will just make it thinner. Let's move it over. To move any visual, you left click and then drag it. You can see the snap lines, it's snapping there. So the difference is there's a border on this one and there's a shadow. So let's add the border and shadow. You click on it, go to format your visual, and it'll be under effects. So shadow is here, so you have to click on, click down, and you can change all the options for the shadow, the color and the position of the shadow. You want to add the visual border, click on, and you can round the corners. See, it's rounded here. Let's round the corners, just looks a little bit better. There you go. So that's how you play around with the attributes of a visual. So let's click on it again. If you want to change it, make sure you click on it, and that brings up all the options. People can lose a lot of time wondering where all the options are. Just make sure you click on the visual you want to work with, so it gives you all your options. All right, now let's talk about tables and the matrix. They are very similar. Their options are pretty much the same. The reason why you would choose a table or a matrix visualization is a matrix just gives you more options in terms of grouping columns or rows. So that's the reason why you would choose that. So let's start off with a table. So here we have a table there, and it's this option here, table. So let's go about recreating this. So it's very simple. So you see here it's got state and total revenue. So state, it's just listing, you're just listing the columns, state, total revenue. So let's do that now. State, you just drag it there. Revenue here, drag it there. Now remember, This is very important because this is a very frequently asked question by many students. See this arrow here? Always check this because Power BI is automatically doing things. So you've got don't summarize, sum, and then you've got all these aggregations. What we want is the total, so we want to choose sum of revenue. You see at the top here, the column names aren't very good. That's not capitalized, and we could make that shorter. See how we've changed it here? You can always do that. All you have to do is just double click here. It's not going to change anything in your data model. It's just for the visualization. So state, and let's call it total revenue. So it's just made that a little nicer. Let's say we want to get rid of these lines and maybe increase the padding. So what we do is we go into here. This is all the styling options. Always remember that. Make sure it's selected. Very important. If it's not selected, it's not going to give you the right options. All right. Make sure it's selected. The graphic is selected. Very important because you'll lose hours wondering where all your options are. So make sure it's selected. Choose that, and here's all your options. You've got your visual and then your general. If you ever want to change out of the default, it's the first option and you change it to none. That gets rid of all of the styling. And if you want to change the padding, the best thing to do is just type in padding. Padding is the space between the lines. And you just increase it here. So remember, you can always get rid of these totals if you want to. It's under, let's highlight it. Totals, you just go here, totals. You're just turning them on and off here. See, they're gone. Let's leave them on. Obviously you can change all the color if you want. Okay, so let's talk about, see these bars here? These are very popular these days to include in tables, the bars. It just brings some color and it just allows the user to easily pinpoint trends or pinpoint problems. Like that is nearly 0 and that one's full. So you can pinpoint that straight away. So let's add those. The way you get to those is under visual. It's under cell elements, and then you choose the column you want it to be on. So you see here it's for total revenue. So you have to choose total revenue, not the other one, total revenue. And then you've got these options. The main ones you would use are data bars or background color. So let's do background color first. You turn it on and it's like a heat map. See, it's like a heat map. The highest has the darkest and the lowest has the lightest. If you want to change the colors of the heat map, you just click on the FX and you can see here the style is gradient. That's sort of the heat map style. So that's background color. Data bars are actually probably the most popular. I'd say they look the best. Very easy, you're just turning them on. It's as simple as that. It's just good because you can visualize straight away what's happening without even looking at the data. So you can see here Florida is just high, Missouri is low. Obviously you can change the colors if you like by going in here. So that's data bars. All right, let's have a quick look at the matrix. So it's very similar to a table. I've just done an example for you here. This one is, you can look at the rows are by state. The columns are the actual product, so the name of the product, so coffee, hazelnut, and the values are the sum of revenue. So in other words, it's the total revenue by state of each product. And what I've done is I've put on a filter because there were too many products. We will go over filters later. So it's under this pane here, filters, and I've put the filter on products. It's very straightforward. Top N is the top 2, so you can choose top or bottom. So the top 2 products by the sum of their revenue, and that's what it looks like. But if you go look at the options, it's very similar to table. Very, very similar to table. Okay, so let's now talk about bar charts and column charts. These are very, very common and you'll be using them all the time. You see at the bottom here, let's go here. You can see here we've got stacked. Stacked is when obviously you're stacking the values on top of each other. Just remember, column is vertical like that. This is how Power BI refers to it. Column charts go that way and bar charts are horizontal going that way. See here in the visualizations, stacked bar chart stacked column chart. Next one is clustered. So this is where you have multiple options, and here it is here. So it's under clustered bar chart and clustered column chart. That's a clustered. What you can do is you can create visualizations in both and just see which one looks better. It's literally the same information. So the next one is stacked, 100% stacked. And it's these options here. 100% stacked bar chart, 100% stacked column chart. So it's just turning everything into a percentage, and you can see it here. So let's go back to stacked and recreate some of these and play around with the colors. So we go to, let's do stacked column chart, and we put in the values. So the X value is the value running across the bottom here. So that will be state. Drop state into there. The next value is the y-axis, which is this obviously axis here, which is the sum of revenue. So we put revenue here. Remember, when you do that, always check this down arrow because it's got the wrong one. See, count of revenue. We want sum of revenue. Sum. Now you see how the values, it's usually best practice to have the values increasing like that. So the way you change that is you go to the three dots here and you choose sort access by ascending. That will change it. So you go to those three dots and sort axis. You play around with that. It's got it running the right way now. So to allow the stacking, you need to give it another value. So at the moment, if you just want to leave it like that, that's fine. You don't have to add a legend. It's called a legend. You don't have to add a legend if you don't want to. If that's what you want to show like that, just the revenue by state, then you would just leave it like that. But because we want to make it as complicated as possible, let's add in a legend so you can see it by year. So we're seeing the sum of revenue by state by year. So the way we do that is we add in the date to the legend. So we've added in the date. So you can see that doesn't look like that. So let's change it. We only want to show the 4 values of the 4 years. So you click again, you click on that down arrow and you show date hierarchy, and it'll bring up another option, and it's actually changed it already. All right. So you need to show the date hierarchy because Power BI knows. Power BI reads the dates and can group by year. So if you take that off, nothing. Let's do it again. Put the date in the legend. Click down and show date hierarchy. That's how you do that. So we've recreated it. Now there's a few other things I want to show you. So let's change this title because this title is not as good. Let's make it like this one. So go into the format, go to title and just change it here. Simple as that. Sales by state. Let's change the background color. You go under effects, change it from white to, let's change it to gray. It's too dark. Light gray. Let's capitalize this because it looks better. So there you go. We've recreated that chart. Now, one thing to do is if you want to just recreate this quickly as a bar chart, you can just copy and paste it. So literally Control C and then Control V, and then it's made a copy, and just move it over here. And then you click on it and then just choose the bar chart option, and it's a bar chart. You'll still have to play around and fix this legend. So let's just do date hierarchy, and it's just created it like that. So you can choose which one looks better. I'd say the column chart looks better for me, but some people do prefer bar charts. Pretty much the options are the same between stacked, clustered, and 100% stacked. The only difference is just the way it's represented in the visualization. So obviously stacked, again, you can see they're stacked on top of each other. Clustered is they're next to each other. So you might prefer that type of visualization, or 100% stacked makes it a percentage out of 100. I don't really use 100% stacked very often. I prefer regular stacked like that, or clustered. Okay, let's go through the rest of them. Let's look at line chart. So line is Here, line chart, very simple. You would use a line chart mainly when you're dealing with a chronological order or a chronological sequence of numbers. Mainly they're used for dates, but it's really for anything where there's a chronological number where you want to show changes over time. So this is very simple. This is just the revenue over time. It's just as simple as that. See, the y-axis is the revenue on the side and the x-axis is the date. Let's quickly recreate it. Revenue on the y-axis. We're going to make it sum of revenue, and the year at the bottom, the year on the x-axis. So you put date. This is why you have to play around with the date. See, it's got it by day. That's why there's too many data points there. You want to change it. You want to get rid of day and just really have it by month. It's showing you the values by month. So let's look at pie charts. Let's create one from scratch. You click on pie. We want the legend to be state. That's all the slices of the pie. And the revenue to be the values. So obviously there are too many states here. So let's just do the top 5 states. So remember, this has to be sum. Let's change that to sum of revenue. So the way we do that, we click on state and at the moment it's basic filtering. We want top N. So the top, we can put in 5, top 5 states by revenue, sum of revenue, apply filter. So what we have is the top 5 states by revenue. That's the filter we have here. All right. So one thing we should do is just talk about the labeling here, or the values. So you can see here they're outside. Let's go to the format and you go to detail labels and you can have them outside or inside. So let's put them inside. I think inside looks better for this. And you can choose what you actually want on the label. You may just want the data value or percent of total. Let's just leave it at percent of total for now. Again, for all of these, there are very similar options in the formatting. So properties, title, effects. So that's it for pie charts. All right, that's it for the module. Welcome to Module 10, Data Visualization Part 2. So let's get started. All right, this visualization is really popular and common these days. It's called a tree map. One of the reasons why it's so popular is that it's much easier to view many more categories than, for example, a pie chart. A pie chart, as you probably know, is really only useful up to 4 or 5 different categories, and after that it's too many and you can't, it's hard to comprehend more than 5 slices on a pie chart. So with a tree map you can actually visualize and make sense of many more different types of categories. So here's one here. It's the same data. We're still dealing with the supermarket chain. So let's delete this and recreate this map and we'll go through it step by step. So the first thing we do is we click on the tree map here. Then we put in the category. The category will be the state. So we want to see the total sales by state. Location. Drag state into the well here. Then we want to, in the values, we want to put the revenue, total revenue by state. And it's aggregated it correctly, sum of revenue. Remember, always check there. It's done it correctly, sum. So the tree map's done. Let's expand it. So we can see here, Florida is the largest, followed by Texas, Pennsylvania, and then it breaks them all down. Now there are a few other things you can do. Let's look at this details well here. What you can do is you can put in another layer of data. For example, you might want to know what is the top city in Florida. So what you could do is you take city and drop it in there. And now you see, look what it's done. It's got Florida and the top sales city is Pensacola in Florida. So it's actually got the top 2. If it's a large category, then it'll put in more if it's got enough space. So Pensacola and Miami. So that's just another option for you if you want to do that. So that's the tree map. Now let's talk about using the map functionality in Power BI. The first thing you have to do is you have to make sure your map settings are enabled so that maps can be displayed. Let me show you how to do that now. So you go to File, Options and Settings, Options, and then you click on Security. The reason why it's under Security is because Power BI gets the actual maps, so the companies that actually build the maps, the real world maps of cities and streets, a lot of them, they're third-party vendors, and your data may be sent out of the Microsoft ecosystem to actually get those maps. So obviously Microsoft are protecting your data, but in some countries there is legislation that doesn't allow data or any type of data to leave that country. So if you're in an organization where that's the case, your mapping functionality may well be blocked. But anyway, if you're running it at home and you have control over the admin, this is where you go. So you can just scroll down and you can see it here. Map and filled map visuals has to be ticked. All right, make sure that's ticked. There is another mapping option here. It's called ArcGIS for Power BI. ArcGIS is another third-party mapping provider, but you actually have to create an account with ArcGIS, and it's actually a paid account. So unless you have a paid account, you're not going to be using that. Anyway, just make sure that's ticked, then click OK. All right, let's go to Bubble Map. This is by far the most common type of map that I use and that I've seen out in the wild. So there it is. So obviously this is the same data. It's state and then the sales quantity by state. Let's delete this and recreate it. Very simply, you just go to this one here, map. So location is the state, and the bubble size, this is where we want to put the total revenue. So the larger the revenue, the larger the bubble. Let's put it in here. And sum of revenue, it's the correct aggregation. So you can see here some bubbles are bigger than others. Florida has a bigger bubble than Missouri. Let's play around with the settings. Let's go to map settings. So under style, this is where you can play around with the look and feel of the map. So you've got the dark options, aerial option. Let's leave it on light. So you should also play around with the bubble size because sometimes it's not obvious the differences in bubbles. Let's increase the size. You can see here it's much bigger now. One other thing you might want to look at is the heat map. A lot of people like that, so you turn that on and you can change the intensity of the radius. You can see here the radius of the heat maps aren't big. See here it's much bigger. I don't think it really works for this map, but you get the idea. Let's turn it off and leave it on bubbles. Now one other thing I want to show you for this bubble map is something really important because it's to do with the control of the map, so moving around the map and zooming in on the map. So let's go to map settings and then go down to controls. So map settings controls. This is really important. So I always like to have zoom buttons. It says zoom buttons off. I like to have them on. And what that does is puts the plus and minus here, so it's easily, you can easily just zoom in on wherever you want, for example here, or then zoom out. So that's it for bubble maps. Let's talk about filled maps now. These are really useful for showing the full area of a region. So you can see here it outlines the exact shape of California. That's really the main advantage of a filled map. One of the main uses of a filled map is if you have regions overlaid over other regions. For example, if you had sales regions, so if you had, for example, the western region, the northern region, and the southern region, you could overlay that over the states. That would be one use case. So the map's already made here. It's very, very simple. There's nothing really to it. It's just this option here, filled map. And I have the location as state and the legend is state, and that highlights the different states. So if I took that off, it'd be just like that. And notice here I've used tooltips, and in tooltips I have sum of revenue. So if you go to Texas and you hover, the tooltip will say, so it says sum of revenue. So that's just another way of getting the information you want, and you use a tooltip. Let's look at Azure Maps. Just one thing about Azure Maps, the data that creates the map is from a company called TomTom. So that's a third-party company. It is free on Power BI, but it has to be allowed by the IT department. Again, for those reasons I mentioned before, that metadata, so not your personal details, but metadata from you or your organization may leave Microsoft. So that all has to be approved by your IT department. So a couple of cool things here. You notice we've got this tilting. See how you can tilt up and down? That's pretty cool. So that's the normal view, and you can tilt it this way if you think it's valuable. You can also change the direction, which also might be valuable. And the options to change the look and feel are at the top. There are more options here. So let's go high contrast dark. No, it's too crazy. High contrast light. That looks all right. Satellite. Hybrid. Yeah, hybrid looks better. Let's leave it on hybrid. So the options I've left here are exactly the same. So location, state, size is the sum of revenue. It's the same options as the bubble map. Just to show you how I got the columns, you go to 3D column layer. See, it's turned on. If you turn it off, there's nothing there. You turn it on, it's there. So you can see here at the bottom, it says TomTom. That's where they get the mapping data from. So let's look at the gauge visualization. Here is the option for it here, gauge. It's like a gauge on a car, like a fuel gauge. So this is really useful if you have a target, like a sales target, some type of target for your organization that's numerical. If you look at this, I've got the current sales are 139,000. I've got the target as $180,000. And these are just the minimum maximum. We can change those. So it's just a very straight visualization of where we are and where we want to go. So let's delete that and recreate it. So you click on gauge. The value is the revenue total. So it's already created it, but have a look at it. It looks different to what we had. Starts at 0, and then it's just got a random high number. And the current number is in the middle. So you don't have to leave it like that. You can leave it at 0, but this high number I don't like. So how do you do that? You just go into the settings. So it has options in the wells here. So minimum value, maximum value, target value. That's what those values are. So if you have those values in a table, you can actually go to your table and drag and drop them in here. If you don't have them and you just want to type them in, which is usually what you would do, this is how you would do it. You just go to here, and it's just here, gauge access. So the minimum, let's put 100,000 as minimum, as in if you get less than 100,000, you're going to get fired. Maximum, let's put in 300,000. Target is the target. Let's say the target is 180,000. So that's what it looks like that. So that's it for the gauge visualization. All right, so I've just opened up a new file, and we've done this because I want to show you something with a different data set. So let's quickly talk about the Microsoft App Store. So all of these are the default visualization options in Power BI Desktop. If you click on those 3 dots, you can see here, you can get more visuals. So if you want to go to the Microsoft App Store, there are a lot of free visualizations you can download, or there are paid visualizations as well. If you've got your own visualization, you can import it, or you can remove a visualization or restore a visualization. So let's get more visualizations. So it opens up the App Store, and you can see a list of all these different types of visualizations. What you do is you just search for what you want. So we're looking for a radar. We're going to do a radar chart. And you can see them all here. They're all the different options. It's got the name, and you see here this is by Microsoft themselves. These other ones are by third parties. Most of these would be paid. You have to actually pay to use them. So we're going to use the Microsoft one, which is free. You click on it, and this will just give you all of the information about what it actually is and give you some examples. So you can see on the left here it says pricing free. It's from Microsoft and it gives the time it was last updated, which was late last year. It's got the rating, so it's only got 3.6 stars and it's certified. It's certified by Microsoft. So to add it to your Power BI desktop, all you do is click add. It's as simple as that, and then it just appears. All right, so you click add. I've already got it. So once you click add, then you'll see a new icon, and there it is there. Radar chart, that's the one we're going to be using. So to use it, obviously you just click on it. So let's quickly look at this sample data. It's very, very simple. It's just, they're not even connected. It's just garden sales and new employees. Let's just quickly look at the data. So it's the sales by quarter and the amount of seeds, flowers and trees that this company has sold. If you look at the new employees, it's just the department they work in and how many staff they actually have. So they have 8 at the moment and they're planning to have 10. So it's this number represents the staff, total of staff. Let's delete that and just do it. So you click on it, make it larger, put the category here in category and these two in here. And that's what it looks like. And to make sense of that, you can see what it's done. Each point is represented by each axis. So you can see here the planned is 10. So 10 people are planned to work in the IT department. And there are 3 people planned to work in the logistics department. And at the moment there are 5 in the logistics department. So in other words, 2 people are going to be let go from this department. So you can see here it's visualizing where you are and where you want to be. Some people like this chart. It's not really for me, but it is actually quite popular. So you can see the garden center visualization. So this is visualizing, you can see it up here. It's just how many quantities were sold in each quarter. So quarter 2, 7,500 flowers were sold. Quarter 2, 7,500 flowers. All right, that's it for radar charts and the module. Thank you. Welcome to Module 11, Visual Interaction and Slicing. Let's get started. So we're in Power BI Desktop. Let's look at this data model. So this is the Northwind database. It's a sample database from Microsoft themselves. It's much larger than what we've been dealing with before and it's more complicated. So let's have a look at it. So this would be a snowflake schema. You can see here, this is the main fact table. So the data represents a small goods, or you could say it's a supermarket chain selling things like exotic cheeses and exotic imported foods. So this is the main order table. It's the fact table. And you can see here, it's a little different in that it has the order details also connected to the orders. So you can see here it's a one-to-many relationship. So in other words, what it's doing is there are many row items for each order. So one customer obviously can buy many different items. So the customer is there through the customer ID. That's linked to the customer details here. And they can obviously order many different items. And this has the actual product ID. So there may be many order details rows connected to one order row. And you can see all the product that's connected here to the product. And just to make it more complicated, we have the category in a separate table. So there can be many products in one category. So for example, there may be many different types of cheeses and it's all under the cheese category. So that's how that fits together. In this module, we're going to be dealing mainly with these two, products and categories. Let's have a quick look at the data. So here's the category table. So the category name is dairy products and the description is it's just all the different types of cheeses that they sell. And obviously beverages is all the different types of drinks they sell. So that's what the category table looks like. And that's connected to the products table. And here's all the different types of products. You can see here the last column, category ID, that's where it's connected. So you can see the first 2 rows here, chai and chang, that's 2 different types of drinks. They have their own product IDs, but they both have the same category ID, 1-1. They're in the same category. All right, let's start talking about today's topic, which is filtering and highlighting. So we're in report view now. I've put up some very simple visualizations here. The first one is just the sum of sales, so just the total amount of items sold, and the category name. So it's items sold by category is this chart here. So you can see beverages has the highest amount and produce has the lowest amount. You can see here x-axis is the category name and by the sum of the quantity. And it's from the orders table and the category table. This other visualization is again the sum of quantity, so the total number of items sold, but this time it's by the product name. So these are literally all the products they sell. The first one there is cheese, camembert. So if you scroll down, there are so many, it goes all the way down. All right, these are all their products. And you can see here, this is quantity here, and we get the products from we get the product name from the products table. So let's talk about the difference between filtering and highlighting, and then I'll give you examples. So the charts are normal. Let's click on beverages and then see how filtering will affect this visualization. So remember, at the moment, everything here, that's just a list of every single product by the sum of how many were sold. So let's click on beverages and see what happens. Now you can see it's changed and it only lists all of the products in beverages. So it lists all the drinks. So every drink is listed here. If we click on dairy products, you know what's going to happen. This is going to change to all of the dairy products, meaning all the cheeses. So there, and now it's all cheese. So that's what filtering is. It takes this context and puts it on this context. So that's how filtering works. So let's go to this second page here and I'll show you how highlighting works. So I've got the same graphics here. So it's the same setup. Now let's see how it interacts differently. If we click on beverages, what's going to happen is it's going to only highlight the subset of data, which is beverages. So it's not going to filter out all the other options. It's just going to highlight the products that are in the beverages category. So you see, it doesn't change. Nothing changes in terms of the amount of products listed or the totals. What only changes is the beverages are highlighted. Guarana, here's another drink, Chang, all the drinks are highlighted. And if you go down, scroll down, goes all the way to the bottom, just the drinks are highlighted. So that's highlighting. So if we choose dairy products, the same will happen. Only the dairy products are highlighted, all the cheeses. So that's the difference between filtering and highlighting. Now I want to show you how to set the interaction type. So you can set the interactions to how you want. So you can set to filter or highlight. This is how you do it. You click on the graphic, which will be the starting point. You then click on Format and Edit Interaction. So any other visualization on that page, you'll get these options at the top. See these options here? You have three options. The first option is Filter. So that means the second visualization, this visualization will be filtered by the first visualization. You can see there it's selected. If you want it to highlight, you click Highlight. If you want no interaction at all, so you don't want it to change, you click on None. So let's play around with that now. We've got Filter highlighted. We click on Beverages and it behaves as expected. It just filters out everything else and we're left with all of the drinks, all of the beverages. Now let's change it to highlight. So it's gone back to its original state, except it's just highlighting, meaning the bars are darker, the drinks. And if we select none, it's just going to go back to its original state and there's no change. So you decide which interaction you like more. Now the default interaction, so if you don't play around with the settings, is to highlight. I normally have it on filter. Let me just show you if you want to change the default setting. So you would go to File, Options and Settings, Options. You would go to Report Settings at the bottom and you can see here, Visual Options. It's this option here, change default visual interaction from cross highlighting to cross filtering. Let's change that now. Click OK. But you can always change it page by page by just going to Format, Edit Interactions. All right. The reason why I prefer filtering is because if there are a lot of options here, highlighting, you can't see them all on the screen, or there's just too many, whereas filtering reduces the number of results. That's one reason. The other reason is if you're choosing highlighting and it's a very small value, then you may not even be able to see it. I'll just change it back and show you. Back to highlight, and see how it's highlighted here. It's fine if it's a large value, but if you go to the bottom, when the values get very small, sometimes they're hard to see. Imagine if they're even smaller than that. So that's one disadvantage of highlighting. Okay, that's that for filtering and highlighting. Let's have a talk about slicing. I'll just move these up. Let's add a slicer. Here's the slicer icon here. So you just click on it. So let's put the category in the slicer. Category name goes in the field. So here's the slicer. So you can imagine what it's going to do. It's going to filter the other visualizations. So if you click on beverages, it's filtered all. In this one, it's just got the one column, which is beverages, but here it's filtered all of the beverages. There's a couple of cool things you can do with slicers. So you can choose multiple options. So you just click Control, hold down Control and click other options. So you can see it's got more options now. Let's quickly look at the options for the slicer. So if you go to this option and you go down to Slicer Settings and then Selection, this is what I usually add on. At the moment, it's by default, it's got multi-select on. That's what we just did. But you can also add a select all. I usually turn that on just because I like using it. And what that is, it just adds another option here. So you can easily select none or select all. And obviously you can play around with the colors and the text if you want to. So that's it for filtering, highlighting, and slicing. Thank you. Welcome to Module 12, Implementing Filters. Let's get started. So we're still using the Northwind database, which is the supermarket / small goods wholesaler. Okay, so we're in report view. Now, what we're going to talk about today is this pane here, the filters pane. So let's click on that. You can see here there are three areas. There is the filter on this visual. See there? Then you go down and there is filter on this page. And then you have filter on all pages. So that's self-explanatory, but filter on this visual means you're filtering on just one visual. You have to first select the visual. See the box is dark. You selected that visual. The filter is just for that visual. Or you could select that one. It's just for that visual. Filters on this page means any filter will affect everything on this page. And filters on all pages means every single page, see all the pages at the bottom, every single page of the report will be affected by the filter. So they're the three different levels. Let's start with selecting this visual and playing around with this filters on this visual option. First of all, this visual is just the same one that we've used before, which is the total count of sales by the category. So beverages has had the most amount of sales. Now, if you click this, see this down arrowhead here, you click that and it gives you the filter type. There are three types of filtering on a visualization, and that is advanced, basic, and top N. Basic filtering, you can see here it's like a slicer. It's got listed all of the categories, so you could just click beverages and as expected it's showing beverages here. You see here there are two options. You can choose a category, but you can also play around with the quantity. So let's go down here. So again, the quantity is just the count of sales that were made. So what you could do is, firstly, let's choose a few. Let's just choose the top 5 categories. If you look at the visualization and you hover, you can see the tooltips. That's 9,500 sales, 9,149 sales, and it goes down. Let's say we want to filter out of these categories for categories that have sold over 6,000 units. So theoretically, it should filter out these two here. So the way you would do that is you would go here and you see all the options, all the numerical options also is blank. So less than, greater than, is blank, is not blank. So we want to choose is greater than and put 6,000 and apply filter. So you can see it's filtered out those bottom three and it's got all the categories that are over 6,000 units sold. If you wanted to, you could do another filter here. It just gives you the and or option and then you can choose the same options. So that's using the basic filtering at the visualization level. Let's clear those. You clear them by, see here, clear filter, clear, clear. So let's have a look at another option at the visualization level, and that is top N filtering. We have done it before, but let's go over it again. So you simply go to filter type, choose down arrow, click top N, and pretty obviously it's just choosing. You can choose sort of from the top or the bottom of the value. So let's choose top. So what we want to do is let's choose, say, the top 4 categories. And you have to choose the top 4 by another value. So we want the value to be the count of their sales. So that's in the quantity. So we have to drag that by value here. If you choose apply filter, let's see that it's done it. It's just chosen the top 4 categories by sales quantity. All right, so let's clear this filter. The only thing I wish that Power BI would do is just make the titles a bit clearer. It's just, if you look at it like this, it's all sort of meshed into one. At least they could just make this title bold or highlighted. See what I mean? It's hard to see where you are. Anyway, just look for the titles. Filter on this visual, that's what we just did. Let's move down and let's go to filter on this page. So obviously it's going to affect everything on this page. So make sure no individual visual is selected. So you do that by clicking out. And then you go here and you can see filter on this page. So let's say we want to choose out of all of this just specific products. So the statistics or the values for specific products. Let's put in the product name. Drag it here. And then it gives you all the options for the product. So you notice there's only the advanced or basic filtering at the page level. So this is page level filtering. So let's choose advanced filtering. And this is basically where you get all these options like contains, does not contain, starts with, does not start with, and see all these options here. So you can choose any of those. For this example, let's look for products that contain the word coffee or contain the word ale. So contains coffee, and you would choose or contains ale, and you choose apply filter. So there you go. See, it's affected both visuals. On this visual here, it's literally just found the 3 products that has coffee here or ale. This one has ale in it, but it's part of cheese, so obviously that's not what we wanted, but it's done exactly what we did ask. And you notice over here, it's chosen the 2 categories that contain those keywords. So those 2 keywords belong in these 2 categories. So that's page level filtering. So let's clear that. Remove filter. So let's do something similar for all pages. So on at the bottom here on page 2, we've got something similar. Let's go back to page 1. So let's put the product name in the all pages and let's choose advanced filtering. This time let's choose a starts with. So let's say we want all products that start with the letter A or all products that start with the letter B. Apply filter. So you can see here it's found 3. So those 3 products belong in those 3 categories, and let's check the other page to see if it's filtered on the other pages. So you can see it's filtered here. So it's done exactly the same thing. It's worked as expected. All right, let's clear those filters. And you click the X here, obviously, just to completely remove the filter. So you can see when no visual is selected, it just gives you the options for filter on this page and filter on all pages. If you select a visual, it'll give you the filter on this visual option as well. All right, so this has to be selected to filter on a visual. That's important because a lot of people spend hours looking for that option. All right, let's talk about drill downs. Drill down basically means going one level deeper into your data. So it's very common with dates. So you might have data displayed by, let's say, year. And then if you click on that year, you can drill down into the month, or then you can drill down into the week, and then you can drill down into the day. So you need hierarchical data to do drill downs. So dates are perfect for drill downs. Also anything to do with categories like we have in the Northwind database. So a category can drill down into the product. So let's say you're looking at the beverages category and you want to know what values constitute the beverages category. Then you would click on it and then you can drill down to those values. So the values in this case are the product name, the products in the category. So you can see here, we're going to drill down into this. So it's a very simple column chart. Have a look at how I've set it up here. You'll notice that there's something different. I have 2 columns in the x-axis. So let me take this out, product. That is literally, let me take the legend out as well. So that is literally a standard column chart, which is simply the quantity sold by the category name. It's as simple as that. You don't get any simpler than that. So category name in the x-axis at the bottom, and y-axis is just the numerical values. So at the moment you can't do anything with that, all right? So in order to convert that into a visualization that you can drill down into, you need to add another layer in the x-axis. You have to make it a hierarchy. So the way to make it a hierarchy is to put in another column. So the way you do that is the category name will drill down into the product name. Literally all we do is we just drag it there. Just to make it easier to understand, we can put in the category name into the legend. Alright, so you can now see there are some extra options. See all these options at the bottom here? This is what we're going to spend our time talking about now. So these are all your drill down options. I just want to show you one thing. See how they're there? I'll delete this. And now they're gone, alright? So you only get these options if you have a hierarchy in the x-axis. So let's put it back, product name. So at the moment, it still looks like an ordinary column chart, but it's got the drill down enabled now. So in order to drill down, see this arrow here? This down arrow activates the drill down option. See, at the moment, if you click on beverages, it does what it would normally do. It just highlights beverages. Highlights, highlights. Remember, because highlighting is the default interaction. So it's just highlighting. If you want to change the interaction and when you click on beverages, it drills down into all of the products of beverages, you have to activate drill down by clicking on this button here. See, click to turn on drill down. So we're clicking it on. See, it's highlighted now. That means it's active. So now if you click on beverages, it drills down into literally all of the beverages by product. So to go back up the hierarchy, you have to drill up. You're just clicking the up button. So if you click on condiments, it will drill down to the condiments. Here are all the condiments by product name. Go back up. Confections, all the confections. Back up. So that's literally how drill down works. If you want to deactivate drill down, you just click that and unhighlight it. And now when you click on it, it'll go back to just highlighting. It's just highlighting. All right, let's look at these other two options. So this is literally just going to the next level in the hierarchy. But you'll notice it does it for the whole data set. So it just goes to the next level for the whole data set. To go back up, you just click on the up arrow. The tooltips are very good. It just literally says it there. Go to the next level in the hierarchy. Just note that it goes down to a level and displays all of the data. If you go down and you have one highlighted, as you can see what I've just done, it still shows all the data, but it just highlights. See the blue's highlighted? So choose condiments and go down. It shows all of the products, but it's just highlighted the condiments. Let's go back up. Now this next one, expand all, let's just unclick that. So this next one, expand all down one level in the hierarchy. So this does something similar, but let's have a look at it. It shows all the products, but also you can see at the bottom, it groups them by their category. And because we put the legend in, it's color coded them as well. So yeah, it's similar. It just adds the category information, sorts them by category. And if you highlight one, it highlights it. All right, so they're all the options. What I really recommend for drill downs is you really need to play around with it. So I've just explained how it works there, but you need to spend a really good half hour or 1 hour just playing around with those options to really remember it, because they are straightforward, but if you don't use it, then you're going to forget it. So just play around with it and it becomes very obvious very quickly what they're all doing. Just one other thing I want to show you before we get off drill downs is see this tab at the top, data and drill down. A lot of the options are here as well. So you just click on that. So you can see a lot of these are the same options as what we've been clicking on. One other thing here is you can change the apply drill down filters to entire page or selected visual. So you can change that if you want to as well. So that's it for drill downs. All right, let's talk about drill throughs. A drill through is basically giving the end user, giving the report user the option is to click on a value and then be taken to a page which has a lot of details on that value. So you're expanding on that value and you're showing more details related to that value. So what I've got here is a matrix. Let's click on it. And it's got the countries that have been sold to. So here, so you've got the country name under customers, customers country name. That's the row. At the top, you've got the category name as the columns, and we've put the values, the sum of the quantities, into the center. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to give more information on each value. So let's say you're in a meeting and your boss says to you, tell me more about the dairy products from Argentina, which is this one here. See, Argentina, dairy products, 54. Tell me more about this 54. So you click on 54 and this is where the drill through helps you. And then what you want is for the report to go to another page with all the details about Argentina dairy products. And the way you do it is you right click on the value and see the option here, it says drill through, and then you click on the option and here it is. I've created this drill through page with the order ID, all the product names and the quantity sold. This is all to Argentina. See, the total is 54. Right, let's recreate this page. Let's recreate all of this. So you notice at the bottom here it says drill through. That's just the name of the tab I called it. Let's create a new one. We'll put it in a table. We want to put the order ID, the product name so you can visually see what it is, and let's put the quantity. Let's move it over here. So this is going to be the page that we drill through to. So the way that you get this page to be the drill through page is by adding something to this well here at the bottom. Add drill through fields here. So we want this page to be an option when the quantity value is clicked on. So what we do is we put the quantity value here. Now notice what happened when I did that. See the top left here, an arrow appeared. So that means that you've done it successfully. What it means is when this report is published and a user is using it and they get to this page, they'll have the option to just click back to the homepage of the report. So you'll notice, let's go back down here. You just leave it like that. You just put in the quantity. Now you can let's go to the tab at the bottom. You can rename this page. Let's just call it details. And now let's go back to where we were. If we go to the same value, the 54, the dairy products from Argentina, and we right click and we go to drill through, we'll see there's two options now. There's the one we just created. If you click on that, it goes to the right page. Now, one other thing, you have to think about this report from a user's perspective. They don't want to be seeing all these tabs at the bottom. Actually, this tab is not necessary. It doesn't need to be seen because you only want people to see it if they actually click on a value. So the way you hide it is you right click and you choose hide page. So what it means is the user won't see the tab at the bottom. The only way they can get to that information is if they click on a drill through on one of the first pages. So let's go back here. So it still works. Let's look at another option. Let's go beverages from Austria. Right click, drill through details. Now these are all just expand this down. These are all of the order numbers and the product, the associated product with everything sold in Austria with the quantities. Remember, you can put whatever you want in here. It doesn't have to be just those three. You can put anything you want in there as a drill through. So that's it for drill throughs and the module. Thank you. Welcome to module 13, custom filtering and slicing. Let's go. All right, so we're still using the Northwind database. So let's go to report view. So we're going to continue on from the previous module. This is the matrix that we set up, which leads to a drill through page. So I just want to go into a little bit more depth into drill throughs because there's something important that you still need to learn. And that is the problem with what we did in the last module is that it's very hard for the end user to know that drill through is available or even how to do it because there are really no instructions when they get your report. For example, how are they supposed to know that you can right click and then choose drill through or even what a drill through is? So you have to give them some more instructions. The way you do that is by adding a button, a drill through button. So remember before, the only really way to do it is by right clicking and then choosing drill through and then choosing the name of the type of drill through you want. The one we created is details. So that's complicated for an end user because again, how are they supposed to know to do that? So let's go about making a button to make it really obvious for them. So I've already made one here. I will recreate it, but I'll just show you how it works first. So you can see here I've already made one and you can see it's grayed out. It says click to drill through. And also you can see there's a tooltip up here. Select a number, then click for details. So it's giving the user all of the instructions. So at the moment, nothing's selected. So let's choose a number. Let's do beverages in Belgium. Beverages Belgium. 272 units were sold. So we click on it and now you can see that the button is activated. All I have to do is just read the instructions, click to drill through. So just one really important thing which catches a lot of people out. If you want to actually test a button like this in this type of view, you need to press Control and then click. If you just click, it's not going to do anything. So you can see I've pressed Control and I clicked and it's gone to our drill through page. See, 272 units sold, and this is a breakdown of all of the units and order numbers for beverages in Belgium. Let's go back, click this arrow. So it says there, Control plus click. So that's what we're going to create. So let's just create another one right under it. So what you do is you have to add a button, So you go to Insert, Buttons, see buttons here, click down. You want to insert a blank button. Goes up here, you could drag it over here. Let's make it a bit bigger. So we have to associate an action to the button, so it knows what to do. So you have to go to the settings, and at the bottom it says here action. So you need to turn that on. And then you click down and you have to associate a type of action. So for this, we're going to select drill through, and then you have to select the destination. So in other words, the button clicks through to which page, and that's going to be the details page. Remember the details page here? That's the page that holds our drill through details. So that's done. Okay, so we have to add some text to give instructions to the user. So let's add some tooltips. So the tooltips are under action. At the bottom here, it's already turned on. So obviously there are two types of tooltip, one for when it's not selected and one for when the button is selected. So let's put disabled first. So that's when it's grayed out. Let's put in select a number, then click for details. Enabled is please click. So that's the tooltips. So you can see here, it's grayed out and the tooltip's coming up. Select a number and then click for details. So we have to actually put some text on the button as well. So click it again. It's under style. You can choose different types here, but let's leave it as default. So you turn text on. Text. Let's change the color. Let's change the fill color as well to make the button stand out. Fill on. Let's change it to a different color. Blue. Obviously you've got all these other options if you want to. You play around with those. You can make the buttons look really cool if you want to. Alright, let's see what happens now. So we click on Beverages Belgium. See it's highlighted now. Control click and it goes through to the right page. So that's adding buttons for navigation for drill throughs, and you can see it's just much easier and much more obvious for the end user to understand what's going on. Alright, let's talk about slicers again now. So at the bottom here, I've got a tab here called Slicer. Let's go there. So we've got some different slicers set up here. This is in box form. This is a time slicer where you can choose a date. Do you see how by changing the date, it filters these charts for only the statistics between those dates. And this is another custom slicer that we're going to build. Let's go to another page and let's build all these now. So here are the two charts. Let's build this one up here first. So we choose slicer. Let's bring it up here. And let's put the category name in there. Category name. So that's the standard slicer that we've been using. Now let's change the properties. So the way you do that is you go to Format Your Visual, Slicer Settings. Now under here it's got vertical list, that's what we have at the moment, and there's two other options. The one we want to choose is tile. A lot of people actually prefer this format for the slicer. I think it looks good as well. The good thing is you can change it's responsive, so if you do this, like you could have it like that. It's a nice way to have it. You could just have all your options down the side. So this obviously depends on how many options there are. If there's too many, it's not going to work. But you can see here, there's few enough for it still to work. There's 9 options here. Let's just drag it up to take up the space. So obviously if you click on beverages, it's just going to filter the beverages and filter all the beverages here. The other option is drop down. I really don't like drop down, but it is an option. It's just, the reason why I don't like it is just too many things to click. When you look at it, it's not obvious what's happening. So if you look at that, you don't know what's happening. You have to drop down and then you have to choose it. But anyway, it is an option there. Let's leave it on tile. Okay, the other thing I wanted to show you is syncing slices. So maybe you're in a situation where you have a slicer on one page, and when you make a selection, you want all the other pages of the report to reflect that selection. So in other words, you choose beverages here, and beverages is selected on all the other pages. So the way you would do that is through syncing slices. So what you do, you go to View and you go to Sync Slices. You may have to make sure this is selected and click Sync Slices. So you can see here we're on page 4. Let's say we want to sync with page 1. So we're on page 4. So you see here these two options. This means this symbol here is you want to actually sync with that page, and this one here is, do you want to actually see the filter? You want to see this tile on that page. We don't want to see it on the page, we just want to filter that page. So let's choose page 1 to sync. So theoretically, when we click on an option here, page 1 should also filter with that option. So let's do that now. Let's choose produce. So you can see it's filtered on this page. Let's go to page 1 and it's filtered produce as well. See? Let's go back to page 4. Let's choose seafood. Let's check page 1 and now seafood is selected. So that's what that's doing. It just helps if you have a report and the end user just wants to filter the whole report by a value. Instead of them having to go through each page and do a separate filter, they can just choose one filter and it does the whole report for them. So back to page 4. Let's clear that. Let's turn off the sync slices. All right. Okay, let's talk about dates. So we do have a date here in the orders table. So we've got order date, the date it was ordered. Let's put that in a slicer and see what happens. So you can see here it's added a slider, so you can change this to, see it changes the dates. So in other words, what it's saying is that in between these dates, these are the orders that were made. So obviously the more time we put in, it increases the amount of orders. So here we have 9,532. If we decrease the time, it's now just 2,603. So that's handy for dates. This type of slicer is good for any type of number. Any type of number, and it's particularly good for dates. If we look at the options, you can see here if you look through the different options that some of them aren't appropriate at all. So having a list of every single date is just not appropriate. Same goes for tiles. Between is really the correct option to be using for dates. But you can have things like before, so you have one date grayed out and then you can just do it that way. Really the most relevant for dates is the between option. Alright, so let's go to the Microsoft App Store and look for a custom slicer. So we've done this before, the Microsoft App Store. We just click on the 3 dots. We go to Get More Visuals. Now there are many different types of custom slicers here, so spend some time and look through them. The way you do that is you just type slicer here. And you can see all the different types of slicers. The one that we're going to look at now is the timeline slicer. Let's click on it. So you can see this is a free slicer and it's by Microsoft. And what it is, it's basically a custom filter that makes it easier to slice through date values. So let's add it. You just click add here. So you can see it's added it here. So let's click on it. Let's move it over here. So let's put the date in it, order date. Let's have a good look at it. So this is the custom slicer. It's just handy because it makes dealing with dates a lot easier. This is quite clunky and it's harder to drill down into smaller segments of time. So you see at the top here, it's got year, quarter, month, week, day. So in other words, you can just drag this end. You drag the end of it. So the good thing about this slicer also, you can choose here, obviously you click on the quarter, breaks it down into quarters. If you just want the first quarter of 2014, there you go, breaks it all down. You can go by month. and obviously by week or day. It just makes it easier to visualize. So yeah, overall this timeline slicer is just easier to use, easier to visualize, and has these handy options at the top. All right, that's it for the module. Thank you. Welcome to module 14, Explore Power BI Desktop Options. Let's get started. So we're still using the Northwind database. So let's start by talking about these options at the corners of the visuals. So this one here is filters on the visual. So simply, it's going to show you in an easy manner what filters or slices are affecting this visual. So let's click on it. So it says here, included 1, the beverages category name. So this visualization is being filtered by beverages from the category name column. This option is handy because sometimes you've got so many filters running from different places that you just don't even know what data you're looking at. So you just want a simple way of knowing what filters are affecting your visual. So the other option is this one here. Now this is called focus mode. This, I'll click on it first and you can see what it does. You can see it just expands that visual to the full screen. So if you like a visual and you want to have a look at it without affecting the layout, then focus mode is what you want to choose. To go back, you just go back to report. Let's click on these 3 dots. So you've got export data here. So that means exactly how it sounds. If you click on this, it will export the data. This will export it as a CSV, so let's do it now. So don't forget we've got the product name by, and we have beverages selected, so it's all the product names that are beverages. You click export data. So this is what we got. It's a CSV with the exact data from that visual, so that's handy. There you go. This one here just shows the data as a table. So at the bottom, back to report. This will remove the visual, obviously. Spotlight changes the look of it to make it stand out. So that's what that looks like. Remove spotlight. And we've looked at this before. This is just, you can sort by ascending or descending. Let's change it back. So that's those options. So just one quick thing at the bottom. So we've got these pages here. So obviously each tab represents a page of the report. If you want to duplicate a tab, you just right click and duplicate, and it says it there, duplicate of page 1. Obviously if you double click on that, you can change the name. Press enter. And to delete it, you just right click and press delete. All right, let's talk about images and text boxes. So you can see here I've created a stop sign, and here's another tile just with some text in it. So there's a lot of cool options in Power BI to create images. Let's just recreate this sign here. But really, you can use your own imagination and you can create some really cool objects. So the way you do that is you go to Insert. So here are the options here. Text box, buttons, shapes, images. If you want to import an image, you would do it here, but we're going to create a shape. And here's the shape we want to create here. Let's pull that over here. Let's make it a bit higher. So let's play around with the settings for it. Go to style. Let's change the color to red. Let's make this a different color. Let's make it there. Now we want to put a border around it. So the border's already on width. We just want to make it thicker. Let's change the color to black. Let's put some text in it. Text has to be turned on. Stop. Let's make it bigger. Let's make it bold. So that was pretty easy. Obviously you've just got tons of options down here. You can do shadows, you can make it glow. So please play around with that. One other important thing which we touched on before is you can add actions to images. So at the moment it's turned off, but if we turn it to on and we look at it, so these are all the types of actions to make an image live. So if you can actually make it clickable. So the one we used before was drill through, but you can make it for all of these other types of actions. So that's it for that image. Let's do a quick text box. Very simply, you just click on text box. Let's pull it over here. Very simple. You just start typing. And you've got all very obvious editing options here. And the options here for the style of the box. Let's change the background color. Nah, too bright. Let's make it this one. Let's put a shadow on, visual border on. All right, let's make it rounded corners. Yeah. So yeah, that's the text box. Okay, I want to now go over setting up your report for the mobile view, so the mobile phone view. So the way you do that is you go to View at the top, and it's this option here, Mobile Layout. So obviously this layout we have here, this is for the desktop view, but we want to change it for the mobile layout view. So let's have a look at the mobile view. So you'll notice here on the right hand side under page visuals, these are all the visuals that are on that page. So it's very simple. You just drag and drop those onto this canvas here. You notice that this canvas is in the shape of mobile view of a mobile phone. So this is literally going to show you what it's going to look like. So just remember, this is all responsive, so it will respond to different size phones. And also remember that any changes you make here to the layout, they do not affect the desktop view. So this is only going to affect pages that are loaded onto a mobile view, mobile device. Let's just put a few things on. So let's put this on. Put this one on. And let's say we only want one stop sign. One important thing you have to think about, one important decision is, do you really need all of the visuals in the mobile view? So many times you don't have to put everything in the mobile view because you always have to think about what it looks like for the end consumer, the consumer of your report. You don't want to make it too cluttered, and you don't want to make it so it's hard to understand. So really just have the absolute minimum that you really need in the mobile view. If you want to change any of the attributes of anything here, you can also go in and change it here. So just remember, it doesn't change anything in the desktop view. This is just for the mobile view. So let's say you want to make the stop smaller. So you're just making it smaller for mobile phone. So that's what it's going to look like on a mobile phone. All right, so you play around with that. Let's get out of that. We'll click on mobile layout again to go back. So you notice nothing's changed here. Okay, a few more options. Let's go to File, and obviously the saving options, it's like all the other Microsoft software packages. To save, you just save it here. If you want to save it as a different name, you click Save As. To print it, what you do is you have to choose Export, and what it does, it's going to export it as a PDF, and then you can print the PDF if you want to. So you go Export. You see the two options here. This is just saving it as a template, but this is the one you want, Export to PDF. So you click on that, it'll create the PDF. Export to PDF. See, it's going through every page and creating a PDF. And it opens it up. So this is the PDF. You can print this if you like. It's got everything in all the tabs. Let's close that. Just a few things with the export to PDF. So it doesn't include any pages that are hidden. So remember, our details drill through page is hidden. So that wasn't included in the export. And that obviously makes sense because it's only really meant to be used as a drill through. If you want really sophisticated printing, you would need to download a separate software from Microsoft called Power BI Report Builder. It's not included in this course, but basically you would connect to your data source and you would design your report pixel by pixel if you want to, and it will allow you to produce the exact layout of reports that you want in printed format. That's called Report Builder. And just remember, when we get to Power BI Service, which is the next module, there are more options for printing there. So you can print to a PowerPoint. There's just more ways to physically print things out. All right, so we're wrapping up our time in Power BI Desktop. The final thing you do, once you have everything on the report that you want and it's finished, the final thing to do is to publish. There it is there, publish the report. It says it there, publish this report online in the Power BI service. So what you're doing is you're pushing it to the Power BI service, you're pushing it to the cloud. You have to be logged in to do it. So you see that I'm logged in. You need an account and you need to be logged in. So the way you do that, you just click on it, publish. Do you want to save? Yeah, let's save first. Then it will bring up a box listing all of your workspaces. Don't worry, we'll go over workspaces in the next module, but let's just push it to my workspace. This is the workspace. When you log into Power BI service, this report's going to be sitting there. So let's click select. Now you can see it's working, and it's pretty much, it's just uploading it to your Power BI service cloud. Success. It's all done. Got it. So that's it for Power BI Desktop, and that's the end of the module. Thank you. Welcome to Module 15, getting started with Power BI Service. Let's go. So here we are logged into the Power BI service. So obviously you log in through their website. So it's just app.powerbi.com. You can see I'm logged in under my own account, and I have a pro account. That start trial, that would be for premium if I want to try premium. So I already have a pro account. So let's start in looking at the navigation. So obviously if you want to create a new report, you would just do it right there. On the home screen, you've got all of the projects that you've been working on, just your most recent projects. And they're also, if you scroll down, you can see all of the files you've been working on. So down the left-hand side, you've got the home page, you've got create. This is where if you want to enter new data, import new data. So you can see the options there. Browse, you're just browsing all your files. One Lake Data Hub, that's a fairly new option. This is a new service that Microsoft are rolling out, which we're not going to go into detail here. So all of your online data is going to be stored in a way that you can easily access data from any type of Microsoft storage. It's going to be known as One Lake Data Hub. Apps, so these are all the apps that you have created or are working on. A lot of these apps I've actually downloaded from Microsoft. They have free apps that you can download and use and play around with and manipulate. Metrics, it's just an area where you can, it says it here, it's a data-driven and collaborative way to track key business metrics. Monitoring hub, that's where you would monitor processes or activities that are going on in the background through the Power BI service. You have learn. I suggest you go through all of this. There's some good resources there. So here are the sample reports that I was telling you about. You can download these. These are very good. You can see how they've been done. You can use the data. You can change them. It's got a link to the documentation there. You can join the Power BI community. And then you have your workspaces at the bottom here. I'm going to spend some time explaining that in a moment. Let's click on home again. So in the top right, this is your notifications icon. This is your settings. The main ones you're going to be using here are, you've got the admin portal. See it here? So if you have to change a setting, you would go in here. This download gives you an easy way of finding all of the extra tools that you can actually download. So you've already got the Power BI desktop. Remember I mentioned report builder, there it is there, paginated report builder. You've got your help, feedback, and we've already looked at that. All right, so I want to go back to workspaces here because this is really important. Okay, so the main workspace that you'll have is, it's called My Workspace. Now everybody gets one, and you also get it if you have a free account. And the purpose of the My Workspace is a place where you can practice, a place where you can put your files that you're just playing around with. Now you can't use My Workspace for collaboration, so you can't invite team members or associates to join that workspace. It's not possible. It's not meant for that. And it should only really be used for practice. It's not for production purposes. So if you're working in a company and you're building something for the company, you wouldn't build it in here. For the simple reason is you can't collaborate in there. You can't invite anybody to collaborate with you. So any exercises you're doing for this course, you should put in My Workspace. But if you're confident, feel free to open up a new workspace. So if you want to open up a production level workspace, you need a paid account. So you need a pro or a premium license. So to do that, you would click on Workspaces, and you can see here are some other workspaces here. These are reports that I've downloaded, and they were downloaded into different workspaces. Here's just another one that I created. You can search for your workspaces here. You create a new one here, new workspace. Let's just click on My Workspace. So these are all the files in My Workspace. Do you remember last module we uploaded the Northwind database to My Workspace? Let's find it. So obviously you can filter on the type. So you've got datasets, dashboards, reports, and Excel workbooks. So we uploaded a report. There it is there. That's what we uploaded last module. I'm going to change the name because we're going to be using it quite often. Let's just call it Northwind Database. So this is obviously the name, description. You can have a contact email of the report. Let's click Save. So this is what we've been working on, the Northwind Database report. Let's take off that filter. Just have a look at these icons here. This is handy for you to know. So that's a dashboard. It's like a gauge in a car. This is a report, the 3 bars. That's a data set, literally just the data. It's always handy when you're looking to look at those. Let's go to Northwind again. You see how there's two entries for Northwind. There's the actual report and there's the actual data set. I want to change the name of that as well. Let's call it data set. So we've got the Northwind data set. The reason why it's separate is because you can use that data set for as many reports as you like. We've got one report here, but we might want to use it for a completely different report, or someone else in the organization might want to use it for their own purposes. So that's why it's separated out. If you want to add it to favorites, you can click it there. What favorites will do is it will highlight it when on the home page, and it'll be towards the top of any results that when you search. All right, let's go to the Northwind report, open it up and have a look at it. I'm just going to change this name just to make sure we know exactly what we're dealing with. All right, let's click on the Northwind report. Goes directly to it. So here it is. Does that look familiar? So this is what we were working on in the Power BI desktop. You can see here the tabs are now options on the left. These were the tabs in Power BI desktop. They're exactly the same. So these work exactly the same. Let's just look at these options at the top here. So if you want to actually edit the report, so let's say you see a mistake and you want to change that text there, you click on edit and you can still edit. See, it looks very familiar. It's pretty much the same options. You just click in there. This is a text box. for practice. So that's saved it. So you can always go in and change your report. So when you're here, to go back to just normal viewing, you go to reading mode, all right? Reading view. Click on reading view. That's how you go back. You can always click the back arrow button, but best to just do it that way because then it'll save everything. It'll ask you to save if you haven't saved. So we're back here. If you want to pin this report to a dashboard, you would do it there. We'll go over that later. So you can subscribe to this report. That means someone in your organization could set up a subscription to the report so they can keep up to date on changes in the report. You can get insights. You can chat in Teams. So this will open up Teams. You can share it. We'll go over these options in a moment. So the main thing I want to just impress upon you here is to edit the report. You have to go here, all right? Don't try to edit it here. You can't do it. You click on there. So just one thing, for anyone to view anything in a report or dashboard, the viewer also needs a paid pro or premium account with Power BI. There is an exception though. That exception is publish to web. So that means you have a report and you can actually publish a interactive version to a website or publicly, meaning there are no restrictions, there's no security, anybody can access the report. The way you do that is you go to File and then Embed Report. And here's the option here. Publish to web public. That is actually quite handy because you might have a blog that you're working on or some public facing website where you can literally just, you click on that, it'll create the HTML. So all you have to do is literally just, it creates an iframe. So you literally just copy that and you paste it into the HTML and it's going to be like this. It's going to look exactly like that. It's still interactive and it'll have these controls at the bottom as well. Or you can just copy that link and send it via email. You can play around with the size, so what it's actually going to look like on the web page here, and you can customize it a bit more here as well if you want to. So that's if you want to publish to the web. And the viewer in this case will not need a Power BI license because it's literally just, there's no security at all. I just want to go over the extra options you have here to export your report. So if you go to export, you've got a few more options. So you've got PDF, which is the same as in the desktop version. Here you've got some options. You've got PowerPoint. So let's look at these options. This is embed as an image. You just choose current values. It's calculating it. So this is what it looks like here. You can see here it's not interactive, so it's just screenshots of the actual report. But it's got all the pages. See, it's got the pages here. So just remember, whatever's visible is what's in the PowerPoint. So obviously you can't scroll down to look at what else is there. So that's embed as an image. If you embed live data, very simply, you just copy that and you put it on the report. Let's do that and open in Power BI. So it's opening. And you can see it's live. It's interactive. So it's interactive in Power BI. You just have to put that embed link, or you can just open it directly from the service like we just did. It's got filters. Let's close that. So you can generate a QR code if that's an easier way to share it, especially for mobile. You just go to File, Generate a QR code, generating, and you just copy that image. And that makes it easily accessible via mobile. Let's go back to Home, or let's go back to Create. So you can get new data into the Power BI service. I just want to stress, by far the best way to get that new data is by doing what we did in the previous modules, which is doing everything through Power BI Desktop. That is literally the reason the desktop version exists. They've even written it here. Microsoft themselves. Don't see the source you're looking for, download the desktop app. All right. So ingesting new data, getting new data really should always be done through the desktop app. But having said that, they do give you the option to import new data through the service, but they only give you a few options. Here, they've only given you to literally paste the data in, or you can pick a published data set. If you go to a workspace, they do give you some options here as well. So you can choose data set, and they do give you the option to import an Excel or CSV here. Just remember the Excel has to be in a table format. If it's not in table format, you won't be able to import it as a data set. So that's one other option. The other option is upload. So the reason why they've got another option for Excel here is this option doesn't convert it to a data set. Remember, Power BI deals with data sets, doesn't deal with individual files. Remember, when we ingest the data in Power BI Desktop, it's converting it to a data set. But this doesn't convert it to a data set. If you did want to upload an Excel directly, you would go upload, you would click browse, you would choose the file. I already have one here. Let's have a look at it. Let's filter by, see it's got here, workbook. I already have a workbook here. You click on it there. And it opens up an interface which is pretty much the same as the Excel online interface. So you can actually go in and play around with it. If you want to edit it, you have to go in to edit in the desktop or edit in Excel online. The only reason why you would want to do it this way is if you want to pin directly, see here, pin. If you want to pin directly something you have in an Excel into a report. So let's say you have spent hours and hours and hours in Excel, maybe in the past, and you've created this amazing chart, for example, and you don't want to have to spend 5 hours recreating everything in Power BI Desktop. You can actually access your Excel like this, and then choose the chart, and then choose pin, and then you can pin it to a report. That's really the only reason why you would want to do it this way. That's just another option. Let's get out of this. I'll just click back. Again, Microsoft are telling you right here, download the desktop app. That's what they want you to do. So you do your importing, your ingestion, your transformation, you create your data set in the Power BI desktop, you work on your report, and then you upload your report and data set to the Power BI service. And the service is all about collaboration and publishing. Let's go back to home. So that's a brief introduction to the Power BI service. We're going to go in depth in the following modules. That's it for the module. Welcome to module 16, all about dashboards. Let's get started. All right, so we're in the Power BI service. Now I've created a dashboard out of the Northwind dataset. So here it is here. We're going to recreate this. But before we do that, let's just talk more about dashboards and the differences between reports. We have covered this earlier in the course, but I just want to stress a few points. So remember, dashboards are one page only, so you can't have different pages of a dashboard. And really you have to think about the end consumer of your work. So a dashboard is really for high level. So it's for people to look at one page and to be able to understand what's going on really quickly by looking at the statistics, by looking at your graphics of what's happening in the organization. If they want more details, they can click on the graphic and it will go to the original report. And then in the original report, they can go and use the filters and sliders and drill down into more information. But the dashboard is a high level view of what's happening in the organization. One other thing, when you pin a tile from a report to a dashboard, whatever the state of that visual or whatever filters are applied to that visual at the time of pinning it, they are going to stay in place in the dashboard. I'll show you that in a moment. Also, one other thing to consider is think of the Power BI skill level of the end user. So dashboards are actually much easier to use. It's just one page and you're just looking at it and clicking on things. You don't really need any special guidance. So that is another thing to think about when you're deciding how to split up your reports and dashboards. All right, so here's a dashboard. I'm going to just quickly show you this and then I'll recreate it. Just one thing that I'm going to show you is, see these two cards here? So these are the sum of the sales from the beverages category and from the produce category. So we're going to recreate those. Now, obviously we created those by applying a filter in the report, and even if we go back and change the report, this is not going to affect how these are filtered in the dashboard. Also, we've got the chart that we've seen a million times. That's here. Notice you can't actually filter or do anything with this, filter or highlight. If I click on that, it's going to go to the original report. And here is the matrix from page 3 of the report at the bottom. Here with this one, I've actually pinned the whole page, which does make it interactive. So I can click on it. All right, let's just recreate this page. Let's close that. So here we are on the original Northwind report. So let's create a new dashboard. So the first thing we'll do is bring this chart across. So the way you do that is you go here and you click on pin visual here, and it'll ask you to choose an existing dashboard or a new dashboard. Let's create a new one. Let's call it test 3 Northwind. Pin. So that's been pinned. Let's add these two as well, but let's change the filters. Let's just go into edit mode for a moment. So I've added 2 cards here, and in those cards, they're exactly the same. They're just the sum of the quantity. The reason why I put 2 is because I wanted to have one statistic for one category and one statistic for another category. Let's go back to reading view. So I want a different sum for each card. So this one here, we'll click on beverages, and then what we do is we pin that while it is filtered. Put that to dashboard 3. Pin. Now let's go to this card and change the filter to produce and then pin that. So let's now go to the dashboard and have a look at it. Go to dashboard. So here it is here. You see how they have maintained the filters? Let's change the name of this. Edit details. Let's change it to beverages. And this one was produce. The key here is that they maintained the original filter from when we first pinned them. All right, so we can't change that. We can't change that. We can delete them and do it again, but we can't change it as they are like that. And just as an example, if I click on this, there's no filtering here. So if I click on this, it'll go to the report. Watch what happens. See here? Now I'm in the Northwind report. I'm just back to here. You notice how the quantities in these 2 cards, because nothing is selected, it's just selecting everything. They're both on 51,000. So that doesn't affect the dashboard. Let's go back to the dashboard. See on the left here? It's got it here as a shortcut. Test 3 Northwind. Let's click there. So you can move these around, obviously. So you just drag and drop. Put that there. Let's put that there. You can make them bigger if you want to. Okay, the other thing we have to do is we have to pin that live page to this dashboard. So let's go back to the report. See here, Northwind report. And that page, that matrix was on page 3, I believe. So let's just pin, you can forget about these. I'm going to pin the whole page. So to do that, you go to the top. So this is just the individual. If we just wanted to pin the matrix, it would be just this. If we want to pin the whole page, you would go up here. You'd pin it from the top. This pins the whole page. Notice it says something here which is different. Pin live page enables changes to reports to appear in the dashboard tile when the page is refreshed. So if we change something in report, it will change the dashboard when the page is refreshed. So let's just pin it. We want to choose an existing dashboard, and that is Northwind 3. Pin. Okay, go to dashboard. You can see it's pinned now at the bottom. But the only difference is this is actually live. You notice I put a list of the categories here. So it actually does filter the matrix. See, it filters the matrix. Forget about the drill through, that shouldn't be there. So if I click beverages here, notice it doesn't filter anything at the top. They are just completely separate tiles. Other thing to remember is you can pin tiles from any report. You can pin tiles from any report. It doesn't have to be from the one report. So if you've got 4 different reports and you want a specific dashboard for a specific manager, then you can bring all of those tiles into one dashboard. That's the beauty of dashboards. Okay, so let's talk about alerts. Now, you can set alerts in dashboards. You can't set alerts in reports. So the main type of thing you would set an alert for is a number, really. So a number going below a certain level, or a number hitting a target, or a number going above some level. There's 3 types of tiles that you can set alerts on. They are the card visual, this is a card visual, a KPI visual, or a Gaussian tile. We're not covering that in this course. So normally it's a card or a KPI. So the way you do that is you go here and you click on Manage Alerts, and you add an alert rule. You click on that. So let's say we want to set an alert for when the produce number goes over 3,000. Produce sales, and here are the conditions, above or below, above 3,000. So here you set the frequency, at most every 24 hours or at most once an hour. And just read this, by default you'll receive notifications on the servers in the notification center. Tick send me an email to. So basically that means is the notification comes here, see the notification bell, you'll get a notification there. Really, I think you should be ticking this as well. You want to be getting an email as well when the alert is hit. So you're only setting these alerts for yourself. Nobody else is going to set these alerts. So it's for you only. So you have to also remember to educate your users in that they can set alerts. So if you give this to a manager, just show them how they can set up their own alerts. It's really handy. So you just click save and close. Now that alert is there. Now if we go to manage alerts, it'll have it there. That's the alert we just created. If you want to delete it, you just delete it there. So that's it for that dashboard. Let's create another dashboard. Let's close that. Let's go to my workspace, Northwind. Let's go to test 2. So here is another dashboard that we're going to recreate. So you can see it's got some different things on it. It's got a chart, it's got a YouTube video, it's got an image, and it's got some HTML. You can add all of these things to a dashboard. So let's recreate that now. Let's go back, let's close that. Close that. So we're in the Northwind report. Let's go to page 1. Let's just create a new dashboard. So we'll start by pinning this to a new dashboard. Test 4 Northwind. Go to dashboard. So we're in a new dashboard now. So the first thing we'll do is we'll insert the YouTube video. The way you do that, click on edit, add a tile, and you see these options here. This is what we're going to be using, add a video. Next, very simply, you're really just putting in the URL. So I found a Microsoft video we can put in. You can see here it's just a YouTube URL. Put it there. You can put in a title if you want. Let's click on apply. So that's there now. So think of creative ways you could use this option. You might have a dashboard and you might want to include an explainer video. So they could watch the video first and then they can go ahead and interact with your dashboard. Let's add an image now. Image. So the image has to be a URL. So I've found one here. It's basically, yeah, the image has to be loaded onto the web. So here's a JPEG. You just put the URL there. Very simple. Click apply. There it is. If you ever want to change the sizes, make sure you look for this box at the bottom because it's not obvious sometimes where to reshape. So just make it smaller. I didn't actually want to put it there. Let's put it over here. This goes back up here. Okay, let's add some HTML. Add a tile. So obviously you can add a text box as well. That's easy. You already know how to do that. Let's add some web content. So you need to add HTML here. See, embedded code. Now I've gone to Twitter and you can, let's embed a tweet. So I've got Elon Musk here. So the way you get that code is you go there and you go embed tweet. And it gives you the option here, copy code. That's just a block of HTML. Copied. The code is actually here. And yeah, you just copy and paste it there and click apply. And there it is. That's Elon Musk trying to be funny. By the way, I've just set up this Twitter account, so please go and follow me right here at Analyst Launch. Say hi. Okay, let's look at the final options on a dashboard. Let's look at all these options at the top. So you can leave comments on dashboards. So think of you're in a team and everybody has their opinion and they want to leave a comment or ask questions. So to comment on the whole dashboard, you would click here, comment. This will open up this side section and all you have to do is you put at and then start typing the person's either name or email address and it'll come up as a list. That's if you want to tag someone. So if I wanted to tag myself, Sean, it found me there. Or you could write my email address, same thing. And you can just write a comment. This dashboard needs some work. Post. So there it is there. All right. So people can reply to that and you can have an ongoing conversation about the dashboard. So you can also comment at the tile level. So how you do that is you go to the three dots, click there and put add a comment. This is adding it just to the tile. So there can be a different conversation going for each tile. It's exactly the same. Seafood numbers are looking low. Post. Close. And if you want to see it, you go there and click on add comments and you can see there's a history of the conversation. So you have this option at the top, chat in Teams. So this will open up Microsoft Teams, obviously. Let's just click it. Yep, it's asking where to share it to. I don't use Teams much, but I've got a general channel here. Click there and it has a link and a graphic of it. Share. Go to Teams. So here it is here. Let's close Teams. And again, you can open in Teams at a tile level as well. Chat in Teams here. So another option here is subscribed to dashboard. Let's click on it first. Add a new subscription. So this is having the dashboard sent to you periodically. You can choose how often or how little it gets sent to you. You can see there, you can choose the days, you can choose the time. You can subscribe other people. So the administrator can subscribe other people or an individual can subscribe themselves to the dashboard. All you have to do is click save, choose the times and save. Okay, let's look at mobile view. So this is very similar to reports in Power BI Desktop where you are putting together the view of what it'll look like in mobile or a mobile phone. You go to edit and then go to mobile layout. Unpin all tiles. You can just choose what you want to put on it. Again, you have to be really careful here and only put on what is absolutely necessary. Pin. I just made it smaller. And let's just put on that, and you just have to click the top here. And it's as simple as that. And just look at these options here. Unpin all tiles, reset tiles, going back to the web layout, and delete the mobile layout. So that's what it will look like if we open it on a mobile phone. Let's go back to web layout. And obviously that doesn't change the desktop web layout. So let's look at the final options. So share. This is obviously sharing the dashboard to other people. So these are your options. Allow recipients to share this dashboard. So once they receive it, they will be able to share it to other people. Allow recipients to build content with the data associated with this dashboard. So you'll have to think about that if you want that. And to send an email notification once it's been shared. So obviously you just enter a name or an email address of people in your organization. You just do it that way. And you can add a message as well. And then you would click on grant access. That's how you share it. So that's it for this module. Thank you. Welcome to module 17, natural language query with Q&A. All right, let's go. All right, so we're back at our Northwind dashboard. So let's quickly talk about what is natural language query. So basically what it is, it's using normal language to ask questions about any data contained in the data set. So you can see here in the top left here, it says ask a question about your data, and it recognizes the words you type and figures out what you want to do with it. So we're going to play around with it now. Just before we do that, just a few things to remember. The visualizations it can create abide by your data structure, your data schema. If it's a star schema, you can't grab data from a column that's not connected or has no relationship. So just one other thing when setting up your reports, the beginning, make sure you name your column names and your measures in a way that best represents what they actually are, what they actually represent. So if it's a customer, you just call it customer. The reason why you want to do this, number one, it just makes more sense for the end user. And number two, all of this is going to end up being voice activated. So you can imagine it, you're just talking to your computer saying, please give me a report of total sales by this customer. And the AI is going to recognize the column names and measures, and then it's going to create the visualization for you. We don't quite have voice activation yet, but it's coming soon. All right, let's have a look at it. So the first thing we do is we click on it. It opens up a new page. So the first thing you'll notice is that it has all of these suggestions at the bottom. So the AI, the artificial intelligence, has looked at your schema, it's looked at your data, and it's giving you some suggestions of some visualizations. Let's click on here as well, show all suggestions. So let's just click on one. Here's one. What is the most recent order? So it's given us a table with the most recent orders, which was on this day. This is an old data set, of course, 3rd of June 2015. And notice how the sentence is structured. What is the most recent order? Let's clear that. Let's try a simple question. Show company name by country. So you can see it's creating a table at the bottom while I actually type. So when it's underlined by blue, that's where you know that the AI has found the correct column name. Do you see here how it's underlined in orange? That means that Q&A hasn't quite found what you're looking for, but it has an idea, and it's giving suggestions at the bottom here. But once we type in country, it knows exactly what we mean. So there it is there. So basically this table is showing you the country where that company name, which is a customer, comes from. Let's try another one. So here's another one I've typed in. This is showing the total amount sold by each company employee. So Margaret Peacock has sold the most. Notice that I have by here. This is really important. Try to use by when you want to sort something by something else. There are other ways of saying it, but if you use by, it's very obvious, and Q&A knows exactly what you want to do. So this is displayed as a bar chart. If you want to get this displayed as a column chart or change it to some other type, you can put it in. You just type as a column chart. See how it changed? Also have a look at the options it gives you. It gives you all these other options as a table, as a map. We'll just leave it as that. You can also sort with Q&A, so you can go sort ascending. You can also put in constraints. So let's put in some date constraints. So now we just have all the orders from 2014. Notice something here, how originally I just put 2014, but it's picked up that there are different date columns. So it's asking me which one, the order date, the required date, the ship date. So let's choose the order date. So that's basically how it works. The key to this is playing around with it. And when you type, always read the options it gives you at the bottom, because all of the time Q&A is reading and looking at your data set and data model and trying to figure out what you're trying to do, and it's giving you options. Now on the right hand side you can always see what filters are being applied. So the filters that Q&A are applying are right here. Order date is in 2014 and it's got the employee filter here. This is the visualization type. You can see column chart is selected, and if you go to data, you see the ticks. That's where they're getting the data from. That's where the data is being pulled from, those tables. So you can change all of that if you want. So there's really two main ways you can use Q&A. One of them is if you're consuming the report or dashboard and you just have your own idea of some specific visualization that you want to see, and then you go ahead and just create it for yourself. That's the main way you would want to use it. The other way you would want to use it is if you're actually designing the report or dashboard and you can't figure out how to create a visualization, you can use Q&A to help you create the visualization, or even just give you ideas, more ideas for visualizations. That's another way of using it. Either way, when you've created a visualization through Q&A, you can pin it here. See, the top right says pin. You can pin it to your dashboard. Let's do it now. Pin. Let's choose existing dashboard. Let's go back. Exit Q&A. It'll be at the bottom. So that's the one we created here. So just a few more restrictions on how Q&A is used. If a dashboard was shared with you or it was part of an app, then you can't actually pin a new visualization that you create. It's because you don't own or you're not part of the membership of the creator group of that dashboard. But you can still use Q&A as an end consumer, as an end user, to do ad hoc visualizations for yourself. So think about it. You're a manager, you're consuming a dashboard that someone else has created for you. You like the dashboard, but then you have some idea of some other metric or some other visualization that you'd like to see. So you can then use the Q&A feature to just go in and use natural language to create and visualize what you actually need to see. That's important because that manager doesn't have to go back to the report creator. They don't have to go back to the IT team. They don't have to ask anybody. They can just do it themselves in 5 minutes and get the answers they need. That's really important because in the old days, that could have taken 3 days to get the right answer. Now they can just create it themselves. Let's go back to the top. All right, so that's Q&A, and that's the end of the module. Thank you. Welcome to Module 18, using Excel with Power BI. All right, so before we go to the Power BI service, let's go to this next slide. So you've seen this slide before. I'm just showing you again because I don't want to confuse you. This module is about people who want to continue using Excel, but they want to use Power BI for their collaboration and sharing. Now, I don't actually recommend that. I recommend you just use Power BI for all of your data modeling and all of your visualizations. But I just know through having lots of questions about this that there are some people who just want to use Excel for their data modeling. And just to remind you, one of the main advantages of Power BI is the actual data import facility. So remember, with Power BI, you can import from pretty much any data source. There are hundreds of data sources, all the different databases from all the different companies. This module, we're really only talking about importing and communicating with data or models that are in Excel. Look, you can use Excel for many parts of the data modeling, but really Power BI is purpose-built for the modeling. So I do recommend that if you are stuck on Excel to slowly move over to Power BI to start using all of the functionality in Power BI. Again, this module is for the people who are slowly going through the process of moving from Excel to Power BI. All right, so we're in Power BI service. Let's go to the Northwind data. So here's the Northwind data set that we've been working with, and here's the report. You can access Excel right from here. It's called Analyze in Excel. You can see here it's the first option, Analyze in Excel, or here, Analyze in Excel. It's accessible from both the data set and the report. You can access it from either, all right? Just a couple of things. In order to do that, you need administration rights. So if you're the administrator, you can change it yourself. If not, you have to get the admin to change it for you. You go to Settings, Admin Portal. I usually just do a search on whatever I'm looking for. It's just quicker. Just do a search on Excel. Here we go. So you need export to Excel. You need that enabled. So enable that. You need this as well. Users can work with data sets in Excel using a live connection. Enabled. All right, let's go back. So I've already showed you those options. Let's go to the report and I'll show you the other way you can access it. It's just from here, Export, Analyze in Excel. So let's click on it here, Analyze in Excel. Creating the Excel file, you can see it here. So it's been successfully created on my OneDrive. Now I've got a OneDrive for Business. Let's open it. So you have to click yes to this. This is a security warning. It's just loading. All right, so here we are. So notice a few things. So it's already loaded a box here, the pivot table. So it's very simple. You just click on that and then you choose what you want to do. So it's loaded the model. It's loaded the data model and it's loaded the data set. Now you can't see any data here. You don't have access to the data. The data is stored in Power BI service. So let's choose these columns like we would in Power BI. So let's try and produce the same report. So it's the category name as the rows, and let's put in the order, quantity, and values. So you can see here it's done a simple table. Let's create a chart with that. The way you do that is you just click in the pivot table, you go to Insert, let's put in a column chart, and it's just simply done it straight away. So this is literally the same type of column chart that we had in Power BI. So that's a way of getting the model from Power BI, getting it into an Excel, and then playing around with the pivot tables and charts. Now, one other good thing about this is that it's a live connection. So this is stored in my business OneDrive. So any changes to the underlying data in Power BI will automatically be updated into this Excel. Now, just one thing, only measures you create yourself in Power BI will be available here. So any of the Power BI automatically created measures, you know how sometimes it just creates its own aggregate measures like sum, minimum, maximum, those aren't available in Excel. It's only the measures you create yourself, which are called explicit measures. So that's doing it that way. Let's close that. So that's going from Power BI directly into Excel. Let's look at another way of starting in Excel and then pulling the data from Power BI. So I'm in my business OneDrive here. By the way, there's the file we just created, Northwind dataset. Let's start a new Excel. New Excel. So this is Excel Online, all in the cloud. Okay, so there is one way to pull the data into Excel Online, and that is insert and then click down here. So it says from Power BI. Because I'm logged in, you have to be logged into the same account that you use for your Power BI. See, I'm logged in as the same account. And look what it's done. It's searched Power BI service and it's come up with all of my data sets. There it is there. All I would have to do is just insert pivot table there. It's very easy. And then you can have same access as the previous Excel I just showed you. Let's close that. I want to show you something else. So here I'm in Excel desktop. So desktop has more options. So the way you would do it from desktop is you go to data, get data, it says it here, from Power Platform, right there. So click on that. It's going through the same process. So it's found all of my data sets here. So let's click on Insert Pivot Table. You can see here we get exactly the same result as the Analyze in Excel option coming from Power BI. Remember, the main advantage of connecting to a Power BI data set is that many people can use it, so it's just not you. Anyone who wants to and who has access can access the data set in your organization. Let's close that. So one other thing I want to show you is if you have an Excel that you want to publish directly into Power BI, you go File, Publish, and there's two options here. And if you remember, these are the same options that you get in Power BI that we covered in an earlier module. This is the Upload option where you're literally just uploading the Excel into Power BI. That's all it does. And you can work on the Excel from Power BI. And this Export option is where you're exporting a table, an existing table in Excel, into Power BI, and it creates a data set. And it also breaks any connection, any live connection to the data in the original Excel. So once it's in a data set, it's an independent entity, has no connection to your Excel anymore. Let's close that. So there's one other thing I want to show you. So we're back in Power BI Desktop. Let's go to File, Import. So you'll notice this option here, Power Query, Power Pivot, Power View. So this option you use if you want to import into Power BI Desktop all of your pivot tables, anything to do with Power Query, Pivot or View. You use this option and Power BI will read the Excel. It will take your data model in Excel and create a new data model in Power BI. All right, that's for the module. Thank you. Welcome to Module 19, Exploring Power BI Insights. Let's get started. Okay, so we're in the Power BI service. So insights in Power BI, in this context, in what I'm about to show you, is all about Microsoft using its AI, its artificial intelligence, to look for patterns and look for relationships in your data sets and reports. So basically, it's an automated process of scanning your reports and data sets to look for insights. So let's start at the data set level. So here is the Northwind data set. If you go to this option here, you click and you will see it here, Get Quick Insights. So if we click on that, it'll come up here, searching for insights, and we just wait. Insights are ready, view insights. So you can see here, it's come up with a new page with all sorts of graphics that you can look at and see if any are meaningful for you. So this one here, it says there is a correlation between categories and country by ship date. So you just go through and have a look at them. Here's the amount sold by country. We haven't looked at that before, so that's interesting. So if you like something or it's of interest to you and you want to keep it, you can see here there's a pin, so you can pin this to any dashboard you like. You're just clicking on it and you're pinning it. You choose a dashboard and you pin it. We've already done that many times. So yeah, a lot of the visuals won't be meaningful for you, but you can always come across ideas that you never actually thought of yourself, and you can pin those to your dashboard. Let's go back to the top. Let's go back to my workspace. Let's just look at our data sets. So I've got a whole bunch of different data sets here, just different things I've played with over the last few months. Now I'm going to show you another option. Let's go to this data set, GDP Americas, and click on this option again, and it'll say Auto Create Report. So we haven't touched that before. And what this will do is it will look at this data set, and Microsoft will use its AI to scan the data set and look for relationships and to look for insights. And then it will create a report which we can look through. Now, the reason why you would want to use this, or where it is most useful, is a lot of data sets are going to be shared with you that you didn't create, or in fact, you may not even know what they are. So if you just want to have a really good idea of what's going on in a data set, you can actually use this option. So let's click on that and see what it comes up with. I can't even remember what this data set is. Auto create report. So it's here, generating your report. Your report is ready. View report now. So here you go. So it's come up with this report with all sorts of information. So this one says here, quick summary. This one pretty much sums it up, doesn't it? It's looking at the GDP per person by region. So you've got South America, North America, and Central America and the Caribbean. Okay, here's a good summary here. Sum of GDP per person by country. So United States is the highest, and if you go all the way, so it'll go down, Haiti has the lowest GDP per person. So that's what that data set is about. If you want to save the report and you like it, you just save it up here. Save. So that's auto creating a report. Let's go back to my workspace. So let's talk about insights at the report level now. So let's look at some reports. So you can do the same with reports. So you go back here, click on Quick Insights, searching for insights, view insights, and it's come up with another batch of insights for this report. And you can always pin them here. Let's go back. Let's look at our Northwind dashboard. So we're on our Northwind dashboard. Let's click on this option here, and you can view insights here as well. Let's click on that. This is slightly different. It brings it up in focus mode, and it searches for insights, which will be listed down the right hand side. So you can go through here and look at what it's come up with. Let's go to the top. And you can obviously pin these as well by clicking on the pin option here. So let's go back, exit focus mode. Let's close these. Let's go back to my workspace. Now I'll show you the final way to get insights, and that is in a report. Let's go to a report. Let's just go to the Northwind report. You'll see some other options once you get into the report, and that is here. You'll see Get Insights. So that's for insights at the tile level, and this is for insights at the report level. So when you click on that, you'll see you'll need a premium per user license. So if you want to play around with that, you're getting even more insights by doing it this way, but it's going to come up in the same format, in that it will show you visuals, and then you can make up your own mind if that's valuable to you. So I'm not going to use the premium option, but you can do that if you want to. There's a 60-day free trial here as well. So look, there are all the different ways you can get into more insights using the Microsoft's AI. It's useful to play around with, especially if you're using someone else's data set. Remember, you can just go to the data set and look at the insights, and that will give you a really quick look at the data in visual form, and Microsoft will do its best to find any insights for you. But ultimately, this is not going to replace you, of course, because it needs a human being to look at it and to make sense of what it's looking at. It needs domain knowledge. So you're bringing your domain knowledge to these reports, to these dashboards, and that's why You are very well needed. All right, that's it for the module. Thank you. Welcome to Module 20, creating a Power BI app. All right, let's get started. Okay, so we're in the Power BI service. Now, let me just give you a rundown of what exactly a Power BI app is and when you should use it. So Power BI apps are an official way to package and distribute your reports and dashboards in the Power BI service. Now, think of apps as specifically designed for the end user or the consumer of your reports and dashboards. Now, don't confuse them with workspaces. Workspaces are for developers. They're for the developers who create and edit the reports and dashboards. So you've got your end users and you've got your developers. Power BI apps are for the end users, the consumers of your reports. It's just an easy way to bundle everything that is relevant for your target consumer, your target end user, into one location, into one place, which is called the app. It also then makes it very easy to arrange your security groups, so making sure the right people have access to the right information. It all comes together in the app. So one of the last thing before we look at it, you do need a pro license to be using apps, at least a pro license or above. So let's have a look at a few. So here's all the apps. So I've clicked on apps and let's look at this one here. This was downloaded from the samples, Microsoft samples. It's looking at statistics from LinkedIn. Let's open the app. So you can see here, the interface looks a bit different. So you can see on the left here, it's got a hierarchy in the menu. So you can create hierarchies if you want. And then it's just got all the different pages you can look at. So that's what a app looks like. So if you want to get out of it, you just go back here. Now, if you want to get any apps or get any sample apps, you just go up here, get apps. So you can download these to have a look at them. They can also give you good ideas. They also have template apps, template sample apps. For example, this one here, which is based on Microsoft Dynamics 365. So if your organization uses Dynamics 365, you could use this app and adapt your data to use this layout because the data sources are exactly the same. That's the same with LinkedIn. You could adapt that LinkedIn app to take your live data, your real data, so then you don't have to recreate the whole interface. So have a look at these, play around with them. There's a lot here. Any app you create yourself is going to be here under organizational apps, all right? There aren't any there at the moment. And here are all the template apps under one tab if you want to look at it. All right, let's start by creating our own app. I'm going to create a new workspace first. Let's go to workspaces, new workspace. Let's call it test. Test 1, apply. So we're in our new test workspace. You'll see it here, test 1. So we need to add some reports in here. What we're going to do is we'll add some reports and then we'll bundle those reports in an app. So let's just go to my workspace and find some. Let's put the Northwind one in. So all you do is you go here and save a copy and put in the workspace that we just created. There it is, test 1. So we're saving a copy to the test 1 workspace. That's done. Let's add another one. There's another one I have here called Regional Sales Sample. That's from the Microsoft demo samples. Let's choose this one. Choose the new workspace. Save. All right, let's go to the new workspace to make sure they're there. So we have a new workspace, test 1, and we have 2 reports in the test space. All right, now let's create our app. Very simply, you create the app by clicking here, create app. We have to name the app. Let's just call it test app 1. Description, module 20, test app. So you've got a few options here. We won't use them all now, but you can play around with these. You can upload a logo for the app, change the colors. You can add in contact information. So if someone consuming the app has a question, you can put in name or email this person. This one here, I am going to tick, install this app automatically. So the person who is on the receiving list for this app will have it automatically added to their list of apps. and these are self-explanatory. I would leave that empty, and it's up to you if you want them to be able to make a copy of the reports in the app or not. And you can put a support site, so maybe you have an internal SharePoint link or something you want to put there where there is information about the app. So you click next, add content. So this is where you're adding pretty much everything in the workspace. Add content. There's only 2 reports there. Let's add them both. So you're adding anything that you think any of your consumers of the report are going to need. The next step, we're going to distinguish the different types of audiences, but at this stage, you're just adding what pretty much everyone would want to see. Next, add audience. So you can see both reports here. So now we're going to add audiences. So audiences allow you to specify which individuals or groups can view the report. Now, it's not as simple as just one view. You can create different views. So think of the sales department and think of the tech support department. You probably just want the sales department to be able to see the sales data and the tech support department to see the tech-related report. So you're creating a different view for each department, which is represented by the audience, which we're going to create. You just double click on it to change the name, sales. And let's say we only want the sales audience to view this report here. So what you do is you see the eye icon, you just click on that. That means they can't see the Northwind report. And then what you do is you add, so you can enter right here any specific people or groups you want to add into this audience. You just type in the beginning of the name and then add them. And here you have to decide if you want them to be able to access the data set and build from that data set with those 2 boxes. So let's create another audience. So that's the sales audience. They can only see the regional sales sample. Let's create another audience. Let's double click on it and call it tech support. Enter. And let's say we only want them to be able to see the Northwind report. So in other words, the sales can see the regional sales sample and tech support can see the Northwind report. And again, you would enter the list of the audience here. Publish app. It says it may take up to 5 to 10 minutes, but usually it's quicker than that. Publish. There is the link. So if you just want to send the link directly to people, you can copy that link and send it to them. Go to app. So there's the app. There's the app right there. Let's click on sales. This view here is sort of a master view because I'm the administrator and I just created the app. But if you logged in and were part of the sales group, you would only see this. And if you were part of the tech support group, you would only see this. Let's go back. Let's go to apps. So here's the app here, test app 1. That's the one we just created. If for some reason you don't see it here, or if for some reason the end user can't see it, they can always go to Get Apps and it will be listed under Organizational Apps. One last thing, let's go to Edit. Now, one thing with the app is that the underlying reports and dashboards are not automatically updating. So if you update the underlying report or dashboard, it's not going to automatically update in the app. If you make changes to the report or dashboard and you want to update the app, you simply click Update the app and then it'll go through then you click here, Update the app. Let's go back. All right, so that's it for building apps and that's the end of the module. Thank you. Module 21, Power BI Mobile and Sample Reports and Dashboards. Let's go. All right, so we're in the Power BI service. Let's go to the menu on the left and go to Learn. So here we're in the Learning Center. So I do encourage you to go through and read all of this, go through and read all of these documents and join this community here as well. We're just going to have a look at this area here, the Sample Reports and Dashboards area. So the reason why it's good to download these and have a look at them is that it gives you ideas. It just shows you what's possible. And you can also go into the settings and have a look exactly how they set them up if you want to copy the look and feel of these reports. So let's click on this one here, Regional Sales Sample. So here it is here. Let's go to edit mode so we can have a look at how they actually set it up. So this is all about looking at the look and feel of how they've set up their reports and dashboards, and then going in and exploring the options. So for example, if you like the way they've set up this tile here, you just click on it and then you go through all of here and look at anything special that they've done. So you can see here they've played around with the color. Go into general, they have the title effects on. Right, let's go back to learn. Let's scroll across because there are some different ones. Let's look at this one, the customer profitability sample. So it says, please wait while we get your report. So if you want to save a copy of this so you can look at it later, you just go to File, Save a Copy, enter a name. So let's call it Sample Profit Report. Let's save it in a different one. Let's save it in Shano 2. So that's the workspace. Save. So now all of that is available in that workspace if you ever want to look at it. So you notice with this report it has 3 tabs. Looks pretty nice. Let's have a look at edit mode. So again, that's a nice looking tile. If you want to look at how they've actually done that, just click into it and then you can see exactly how they've set it up with all the settings. You just go to here and you look through exactly what they've done and you can copy it. The key is look for things where they've turned on. That means they've made some changes. Also in general. And obviously you can look at the data set, look at the tables if you want to explore the data they're working with. Let's go back to reading view. Let's close those. Let's quickly look at workspaces to see that they're there. It was in Shano 2 and here is the report here. Alright, so that's just an extra thing I wanted to show you because it is nice sometimes to go and look at some finished reports so you can look at the settings and then get ideas and then copy them if you want to. So let's go to the next topic, which is talking about the actual mobile app, the Power BI app. Let's go back to home. So we're talking about the actual app on your mobile phone, alright? So we're talking about the app on your Apple phone or on your Android phone, basically on your phone. So the way you get it is you go to here, download, and then choose Power BI for mobile. It'll come up with this message here saying send me the download link. You click on that and then you will get an email, the email that is attached to your account. Here is the email. So you can see here it's for the App Store or the Microsoft phone or the Google Play. So you can see here it's for all the types of mobile devices. Yeah, and then you go to your phone and you click on the link and you download it. It's as simple as that. If you don't want to do it that way, you can go directly to your Apple App Store or the Google Play Store or directly to Microsoft and get it that way. It's on all of those stores as well. Just as always, make sure you're getting the official version. The best way to check that is have a look at the amount of downloads. It's always in the millions of downloads. So you download it. So before we talk more about the actual interface of the mobile app, I just want to give you some of the benefits of using Power BI on your mobile. The most obvious reason is that you carry it with you, and thinking of executive going to different meetings every day or traveling around the world, traveling to different offices, they can have access to all of their reporting in their mobile. They don't have to get their, for example, laptop out if they're in a meeting. They don't have to carry around physical reports. So this is very much about the argument of not printing out tons of stuff when you don't need to. And of course you have the interactivity. It's very important. You don't get interactivity when you print something out. You get the interactivity with the mobile app. All right, let's go to the Microsoft documentation so I can show you some images of what it actually looks like. All right, so here is an image of what it looks like on your phone. So you have the arrows at the top to go back and forth into a dashboard or a report. And you have at the bottom these options. So you can still comment. You can comment on the report or dashboard. Here's where you open a report and you can annotate. Annotate, you can literally write on the report and then click send and send the report and the annotation to someone. If you want to look at a report in the landscape mode, you just tilt your phone, obviously, and it'll go into landscape mode. This is how you annotate. you click on the three dots at the bottom right and you click annotate, and then you draw something or write something, and then you click send here, and you can choose who you share it with. There really isn't much to the mobile app. It's very, very simple. It's like all the other apps you have on your phone. It's very simple. There's only a few options there. So it's going to be a very easy transition for you. So yeah, I encourage you to download the app, open it up. You'll have to log in again. So you'll have to put in your login and password. And then yeah, you'll have literally access to everything that you have in your Power BI service on your desktop. And really the thing that you want to do is encourage your colleagues, encourage the consumers, the end users of your reports and dashboards to download the app so that they can have everything that you produce in their pocket and take it anywhere. All right, my friends, that's the end of the module.
Well, it was a long one, wasn't it? But you got through it. I hope you liked it. Please go and follow me on LinkedIn. My link is in the description. All the best, my friends. Bye-bye.